Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I am Marguerite Austin with Washington State's Recreation and Conservation Office. Today, a group of volunteers that represent all types of trail users, federal agencies, state agencies, and local governments are gathered to help score and rank projects for backcountry trail systems. These volunteers will prepare and score the projects and provide ranked lists for the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board's consideration. The board will approve those ranked lists in April, and then hopefully with legislative approval funding, the projects will be awarded grants at the board's June 2023 meeting. We thank you for joining us to learn more about Recreation and Conservation Funding Board grant programs. Please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. We're going to begin with our individual project presentations, and give us just a moment, and we hope you enjoy watching and listening to our evaluation session. So Hans, I'm going to turn the remote control over to you. We have a whole long list here. There you are.
Thanks, Marguerite.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask for you to just double click on the mouse. Okay, and then use your arrow keys to see if you can go back.
It doesn't want me to
on your
go
keyboard.
Back. Yeah, on the keyboard.
Okay, so why don't you let me see here for a moment? So if you let go of the mouse, I'm going to see if I can get control of it here. So Hans, I've got it going, and there's a little thing. So why don't you just say next, and then I'll change it when you're ready to shift to the next slide. Is that okay?
That works fine for me if you're okay with doing that.
Totally. So I've got my timer set, so you may begin.
Okay, well, thanks everybody for your time. My name is Hans Klausner. I'm the Recreation Program Manager here at Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest, and I'm here with Kathy White, our trail specialist. And thank you for your time. They chose the brand new person to do the brand new things here at Mount Baker. So I just started at the forest about 3-4 weeks ago, and they figured that throwing me into doing a presentation for significant money was a good way to get me started on things. So thanks for allowing me to be a newbie, and please give me some grace if I stumble through some things. So I'm here to present our non-highway off-road vehicle activities proposal for you all, and I will ask you to go to the next slide, Marguerite. Thankfully, I've got a really great staff here who've put together very good notes for me to present this proposal to you, especially Kathy and other folks here on staff. So the goal of this note project is to provide our district visitors with safe and enjoyable access to backcountry recreation and experiences while protecting the environment. We have some trail damage that needs to be addressed. This 2-year project will perform maintenance on the trail system, supporting a 6-person trail crew, maintenance contracts, youth crews, purchase of materials, tools, and partner engagement. So it's kind of across the board participation on these trail projects. Work will occur on approximately 100 miles of our 300-mile trail system. And all trails are open to foot travel, and many of them are open to stock use as well. Next slide. The district is located in the northern end of Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest on the west side of the North Cascades in Whatcom and Skagit counties. Our primary service area is the Puget Sound area, as well as mainland British Columbia. You probably will have me mispronounce some words because I just relocated here from Alaska. And so a lot of the terminology is new to me. So if I mispronounce something, I understand. I'm an Alaska snob, so I snark at people who mispronounce things Alaskan. So anyway, thanks for welcoming me to this beautiful part of the world. I'm very excited to be here. So and looking forward to working on these trails with this great staff here at Mount Baker. The district is over 500,000 acres in size. 37% of it is congressionally designated, that being Big W Wilderness and National Recreation Areas. Approximately 200,000 people visit the project areas during the snow-free season. We maintain 76 miles of Pacific Northwest National Scenic Trail, so it's kind of a high-profile trail. And our system includes the Hannigan Pass Trail, that is one of the most popular trails that go from North Cascades National Park to the forest. A wide spectrum of recreational opportunities are available within the project area. Most popular is hiking, backpacking, climbing, riding, hunting, gathering, viewing, and educational opportunities. They all exist on these trail systems. Traversing the old growth forest, rushing rivers, and pristine lakes are some of the big draws that bring people to our trail system. I think we're on. Yep, thank you, Marguerite. Thank you. So we can go from there to the next slide. Sorry about the awkward transition. So to address some of the questions that are asked in the proposal, question number 1 is the need. Management of the district's non-motorized trail system is in accordance with the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest Land Management Plan and the National Forest Service Trails Management Handbook. And, you know, the umbrella plan of all of that is the Forest Service's National Trails Strategy. So all of the proposals that we're presenting to you today fall within all of those plans and are guided by those plans. So leveraging these NOAA funds is vital to the Forest Service being able to actually implement those plans. Thanks for moving this slide. I appreciate it. So the North Cascades area has a very extreme climatic setting. It's got a lot of rainfall, a lot of heavy snow, and that causes quite a lot of trail damage, as you might expect. Next slide, please. So this heavy snowpack on the steep slopes of the North Cascades pushes the tread off the mountainsides and damages trails and structures. So it's constantly needing maintenance. And so this is what we're hoping to fund with this proposal. Snow melt creates large volumes of water, and trails, especially in our high volcanic ash soils, slough and have difficult time retaining their construction. Thanks for changing the slide. So the vegetation also grows very fast here, and brushing and logging out trails is vital. And so with wet conditions, the vegetation and the year-round streams and consistent use of the trail system requires like a lot of very active maintenance. Next slide, please. So it requires us to have a very dedicated and very motivated trail crew to get out and actively get after work that only can take place in a short window of time. So the degradation of the trails really makes and our short window of being able to work in the field really makes us have to invest heavily and promote our trail system through partnerships and our on-staff trail crew. Next slide. So the proximity of where these trails are and to the populace of the Pacific Northwest really promotes a lot of unique experiences for people from urban environments, underserved communities, youth groups, and we actively partner with organizations that get people out to the forest to experience the outdoor environment, and those youth groups and underserved populaces are actively engaging with our trail system on a regular basis in the non-snow season. So the partnerships that we've had and the unique experiences that we provide are highly desirable in the community. Next slide, please. So this proposal will meet some very specific and standard or stated goals as put forward in the proposal. Primarily, we will focus on logging out, brushing, clearing drainages, and repairing structures on the trail system. The backlog of heavy maintenance is building, and we're trying to make progress and make improvements as rapidly as we can with the funding that we have available. So the funding that we're asking for today is going to benefit the trail crew and be able to support their work in maximizing our time that we have in the field. Next slide, please. So in the past, the RCO has funded projects for Mount Baker, and this slide is intended to show a before and after of some punch-in that we were having some difficulties with, and trail users were subverting the trail and kind of making a social trail through the vegetation and impacting the wetlands and the creekside that we found to be unsustainable. And so in the past, we have procured funding for putting in new structures like what you see in the after picture. This is largely a description of what we hope to do with the funding that we're requesting. Next slide, please. This one, this slide provides you a little bit of a view into what the Forest Service trail construction quality is. And you can see that the technical expertise of our trail crew really puts together some very sustainable trail tread And if you have any specific questions for that, Kathy's here that can provide some of those more specifics about trail construction specifics. Next slide, please. So again, underserved user groups are super important for us in addressing our outreach program here at Mount Baker. We work with a myriad of groups with all sorts of acronyms that I'm still learning, and we engage with youth groups, underserved communities, and people who want to have kind of bold experiences, like through hiking peaks and doing technical outdoor experiences. So the forest engages with those user groups on a very regular basis throughout the summer.
So
Next slide, please.
So Hans, your time is up.
Okay.
So very quickly, I'm just going to run through your slides and very quickly address the last two criteria.
Sure. Question 8, yes, non-motorized project will occur on the district's 3 wilderness areas: Mount Baker Wilderness Area, Noisy Diabsib and Glacier Peak, the Baker National Recreation Area, and primitive backcountry areas, all natural. The trails within this project will travel through natural environments. Next slide. So the project support, this is supported by a variety of partners. Our partners contribute approximately 15,000 hours of trail work over the year, and that's valued at approximately $270,000 based on $18 hour volunteer time. I won't go into all of the partners, but there's more than a handful, and they are very engaged. Next slide. So this gets into a lot of detail that we probably don't have time for. You can read it in the proposal. So there's going to be multiple benefits to this project. Our engagement with educators, our engagement with like land stewards who volunteer and help with trail maintenance, benefits for connecting people to the outdoors, and economic benefits to the community in general. So next slide. And I'm sorry I went over time. I appreciate all of your time. I know that this is going to be a very long week for the rest of you. I just want to thank you for welcoming me into this community. I'm looking forward to working with you for many years to come, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments from the team members? And Hans, one of the questions would be, you said that this maintenance project will cover about 100 miles of trail. What did you figure was the cost benefit ratio for that?
I
didn't know if you guys had cost per mile.
I don't know that off the top of my head. I do not. Okay. I can research that and get back to the group on that.
Okay, thank you. Nancy, you're up.
Yes, thank you. I was just typing. The quick math on that is 3,000 per mile.
Thank you.
$300,000 grant. I do have a couple of questions. So discrepancy between the metrics and your statement. On the metrics, it says that the volunteer estimate is based on $29 an hour. I'm not sure. Is there a place where that number might have been taken from? Because I don't know anybody who makes that who works in the field.
Honestly, I'm taking that information from recommendations from staff.
Okay, so Hans, if there's somebody else in the room with you to answer.
Yeah, Kathy's going to respond.
Okay, so Kathy, don't unmute you. Yeah.
We got it. I think
So Kathy, why don't you mute yourself and just speak? We can hear it through hands. So we're just going to let one computer do this.
yeah, he turned his off. No, it's not off. Okay. That 29 was the wrong number. That came from a national number. Subsequent to that, I found the right numbers, and I think it was about $18 an hour is what we're figuring, and the $270,000 is based on the $18 per hour.
Okay, thank
So
you.
the 29 is the wrong number.
Thank you, Kathy. Nancy, did you have another question for them?
Nope. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Other questions or comments from team members? So Gary, you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about a situation you guys have up there with some of your road closures, if that's going to impact you getting to some of the trail miles that are in your proposal, and if those road closures are going to be addressed soon.
So, did you hear the question?
They always impact everything, but we work on that, and we work through that throughout the summer. Haven't had problems making our miles that we're committed to, even with the road closures. And I don't know what the schedule is for getting them open. I know some of them are going to be, I think the Glacier Creek Road will be opened up this summer. Not sure about the Thompson Creek Road, up to Skyline. Most of the Baker Lake Basin is open right now. So, yeah.
Did that answer your question, Paul?
Yeah, thank you.
Gary? Go ahead, Nancy. You had a follow-up question?
I do. In here, it states that of your 100 miles, 20 miles are considered backlog. Does this grant address that backlog maintenance?
Yes,
Okay, thank
it
you.
will.
So thank you very much, Hans and Kathy. Appreciate it. We hope to be able to share the results with you early next week. So thank you very much.
Hey,
Thank you.
thank you so much for your time and for helping out this morning, Mom. Have a
You're
good week, everybody.
welcome. We're moving on to our next project, which is Samish Overlook. This one is one that was submitted by the Department of Natural Resources. And my presenter today is Sam. Are you presenting or someone else?
I'm Dan DeVoe, the
Hi,
Baker
Dan.
District Trail Steward, and I'll be presenting today.
Okay, great. So what I'm going to do is I am going to turn mouse controls over to you. And now I'm going to ask if you'll double click and then see, can you move your slides, okay, and use your arrows to go back. Hang on a second, let me see, can I get it moved from pointer? No, it's on pointer. You just have to unclick like that here. See what it does. Okay, so now try it. See, will it let you go forward? So is it still not working? Okay. We don't want the marker here. So let me try this for a second. Okay, I'm gonna go back into it and then just see, can we take off the pen?
It'll be the next presentation.
It's a good idea.
We'll see how it goes.
Mhm. So Dan, why don't you just go ahead and get started and just tell me next and I'll change it for you. Is that okay?
Yeah, that works great.
And just remember that there's a short delay. And so we'll go as quickly as we can and I'll do my best to keep up with you. So I'm resetting my clock. So you may begin.
Good morning. I'm Dan DeVoe, the Baker District Trail Steward. Also present on here is Hyde McCowan, the Baker District Rec Manager. I'm presenting NOVA Project 22, 2014, the Samish Overlook Lily Lizard Campgrounds Maintenance and Operations. Pictured here is some of our paragliders using the north launch at the Samish Overlook. Next. This project is located in Blanchard State Forest in the northwest corner of Skagit County. We see visitors from all over Northwest Washington. People regularly drive up from Seattle, down from Vancouver, BC, and everywhere in between to enjoy the Samish Overlook Day Use Site to stay at our campgrounds. The Overlook is considered one of the top 5 DNR sites to visit in Washington State. There are 7.7 million people that live within 90 miles of this site. Next. On this map, you can see the Samish Overlook Day Use area is in the bottom left corner here. The Lily and Lizard Lake campgrounds are kind of more up in the top middle. And I-5 is to the east of Blanchard, and Samish Bay and Truckanut Drive are to the west. Next. Here are pilots flying at the Samish Overlook with Samish Bay and the San Juan Islands in the background. Blanchard's unique geology of the Chuckanut Mountains meeting the Puget Sound provides ideal spring flying conditions for our soaring community. Next. The upper picture here is a campsite on Lizard Lake, and the lower picture here is a fire ring at Lily Lake. The 2 campsites are located in the Blanchard Trail System. Lily and Lizard are 2 of only 4 backcountry campsites in the Chuckanut Mountains. These sites are accessible to hikers, mountain bikers, and equestrian users. Both lakes are fish-bearing and provide users a backcountry setting to participate in fishing, swimming, paddling, and wildlife viewing. These sites are a few minutes from the Pacific Northwest National Scenic Trail, which runs through Blanchard Forest. Next. The Skagit County Comprehensive Parks and Recreation Plan has identified Blanchard State Forest as a critical asset for recreation. The Chuckanut Trails Master Plan and Chuckanut Drive State Scenic and Recreation Highway Plan have also identified Blanchard as an invaluable recreational asset. Excuse me. These 2 plans recognize that Blanchard offers year-round multi-use trail access. Utilizing cell phone visitation data provided by Earth Economics, we know that Blanchard sees more than 200,000 visitors a year. Next. This project will provide for the maintenance of the Samish Overlook, a non-highway roads day use area, as well as Lily and Lizard Lake campgrounds, 2 backcountry sites. Included in this project are staff time for safety inspections, cleaning and the maintenance of our toilets, mowing and trimming, litter and manure removal, sign maintenance and replacement, and maintaining ADA access to multiple viewing spots and picnic tables. Services at Lily and Lizard Lake campgrounds include trash cleanup, repairing aging signs, and regrading tent pads. Pictured here on the left is repainting of our Samish Overlook bathroom facility. In the middle here, trying to accommodate overcrowding and address some safety concerns. We've expanded our parking lot this past year to add 3 more spots with a total of 26 spots now. And then on the right here, we have the Washington Conservation Corps replacing a hitching rail at Lizard Lake, which supports stock users' ability to camp. Next. By maintaining these sites, we prevent pollution and the delivery of soil from entering our wetlands and streams. Our maintenance protects water quality in sensitive areas downstream, like the Samish Bay watershed and Puget Sound, which are essential to our local environment. We are in the process of adding 2 backcountry bathrooms to the campgrounds to protect water quality in the lakes. Next. The Samish Overlook Day Use Area is one of 3 sanctioned free flight launch sites on DNR managed land statewide. The Overlook sees between 3,000 and 4,000 launches per year. These numbers are increasing as the sport grows in popularity and more users expand north from the Tiger Mountain launch. The views are fantastic. Sunrises over the Skagit Flats are stunning. And sunsets over the San Juan Islands and the Olympic National Park are breathtaking. This would be a perk of my job. Lily and Lizard Lake campgrounds, a 3-mile hike from the Overlook. Due to their low elevation and proximity to the Puget Sound, these sites are accessible and available for year-round use. Snow rarely prevents these sites from being closed down. Campers have a backcountry experience that's close to home. On a typical weekend, we have 20+ people camping at these sites, with 50 or more using them as day hike destinations. Next. In 2021, we completed a survey of public use of the Samish Overlook using Trafex road and trail counters. The Samish Overlook receives 150,000 user visits a year. In 2021, this was more than double the capacity of our parking lot. Since the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, public use at the Samish Overlook and Lily and Lizard Lake campgrounds have increased dramatically. Parking at the Samish Overlook is overflowing. The easy accessibility of these sites to urban centers have made them ideal spots to recreate during the pandemic. On weekends, it's difficult to get an ambulance to the Overlook due to overcrowding along the road. We recently rerouted the road to try to address this issue. Next. Pictured here are our parking areas, horse stalls, and flight patterns at full capacity. Prior to the pandemic, this was typical of a weekend or a holiday. Now this could be any given day of the week. Next. As use on these sites increases, so does trash, vandalism, graffiti, and general abuse. We address these problems weekly. If we keep our sites clean, we find we have a higher chance of them staying clean. If they are neglected, the problems proliferate. We're also working to upgrade our infrastructure. We are replacing wood picnic tables with recycled metal picnic tables, replacing wood signs with metal, and repainting our restrooms annually. Next. Consistent with DNR's recreation objectives, this project provides for the safe and sustainable maintenance of our recreation sites. This project sustains past RCO investment in our infrastructure and provides for an enjoyable user experience. It also enables us to introduce to the public to DNR's trust land objectives, natural resource management, and sustainable forestry. This project extends the useful life of our recreation facilities by working on issues early to prevent further damage and keeping costs low. By performing maintenance today, we address our small problems while they are still small. Next. This project will fulfill needs identified in the service area by providing funding for our one trail steward, which is our only dedicated maintenance position for these areas, purchasing necessary equipment in order to maintain our trails and facilities, providing funds to pump and remove the waste from our restrooms, and by providing natural open space and a forested recreational experience for the public. In addition, the Samish Overlook and the campgrounds are close to urban areas, making them easily accessible to underserved and underprivileged communities for whom long-distance transportation may otherwise be a barrier to outdoor recreational use. The work we do in removing disrespectful graffiti from our facilities and signs ensures that we are providing space for all to feel welcome. These sites offer unique, inclusive recreational opportunities for our growing communities. Next. This project will help keep the Samish Overlook universally accessible to the most recreational users. It will help keep Lily and Lizard Lake campgrounds accessible and maintained. This is especially valuable to younger users, as the approach is only 3 miles. Boy and Girl Scouts use these campgrounds frequently, as do Western Washington University students taking outdoor classes. This project helps to increase attendance for young volunteers at work parties. This past month, we had over 30 youth out on Blanchard Landscape assisting with our stewardship goals. These pictures show some of the users and volunteers. Next. Recreation stakeholders have regular input on our maintenance work. Our region of the DNR coordinates 2 committees focused on Blanchard. They are the Blanchard and Harry Osborne Maintenance and Operations Advisory Group, which has representatives from a variety of non-motorized recreational clubs. We also have the Blanchard Forest Advisory Committee, which is composed of diverse people from local government, agencies, forest landowners, and local citizens who help guide the direction of forest management and recreation at Blanchard. Both committees actively participate, helping us identify maintenance needs and the direction of our recreation program. Next. One of the Northwest region's objectives is to educate visitors about Washington State's natural resources and basic stewardship practices. We accomplished this objective by looking for ways to reduce the environmental impacts at our recreation sites. One example is working with our volunteers to identify and remove invasive plants at the Samish Overlook. Our agency recreation staff attend a certified erosion and sediment control lead training. This training helps us implement best practices for reducing soil delivery to streams during maintenance projects. We educate the public in a few different ways: through our signage on the landscape, through our interactions with users, and when working with volunteers by informing them that their work will help minimize negative impacts on our natural resources. All these methods promote stewardship on our public lands. Next. Our volunteers advocate for sustainability and stewardship. With this funding, we can continue to support volunteers who in turn spread the word of proper stewardship on our public lands. This past quarter, Baker District supported over 1,000 hours of volunteering from 6 different user groups on our landscape. Next. The setting for these work areas are predominantly natural. The Samish Overlook has views of Samish Bay, Skagit Flats, and the San Juan Islands. It is at the end of a working forest road. Lily and Lizard Lake campgrounds are protected second growth forest with natural sights and sounds. Wildlife at the campgrounds include eagles, beaver, owl, porcupine, heron, and fish. Cougar and bobcat are present, although much more elusive. Next. Each of the diverse set of non-motorized user groups and fellow land management agencies listed here submitted a letter encouraging RCO support of this project. Volunteers from these groups provide labor and donate materials for maintenance. Next. We have 7 different user groups that help with the maintenance of our sites. Next. Our match for this project is dollar for dollar. We estimate this project costs about 61 cents per user visit. The cost of not funding this project is an increase in health and safety issues, loss of past investments in our facilities, and an increase in environmental impacts. Each year, demand for non-motorized recreational facilities continues to increase on public lands in Northwest Washington. We need NOVA resources in order to operate and maintain our infrastructure. This funding is necessary for us to provide the services for our communities. Next. Thank you very much. Myself and Hayden are here to answer any questions you have about NOVA Project 22-2014 for the maintenance of the Samish Overlook and Lily and Lizard campgrounds.
Thank you very much, Dan. You timed yourself really well. Questions or comments from team members? Go ahead, Denise.
For the campgrounds, what type of work are you envisioning for the grant? Besides by the parking lot, I understand, but for the campground itself?
Yeah, so continued maintenance in that campground. It is a thick forest through there, and a lot of erosion, a lot of water travels through that area, a lot of erosion. So we continually have to re-level our tent pads. I would say that this probably happens 2 to 3 times a year, as well as keeping the trails clear to get to those campgrounds. Right around those campgrounds, since it's the core, we get a lot of tree fall coming through there right now. So keeping those trails clear so we can have year-round access.
Okay, thank you.
And Kathy has a question or comment.
Yes. Hi, Dan. Thank you very much. Great presentation. I'm with the equestrian community, and I had a question on the number of truck and trailer parking stalls you have in the expanded parking lot? Or
There are, at the Samish Overlook you're questioning?
well, I was thinking of the Lizard Lake where the hitching rails will be installed.
Yeah, so we do have hitching rails at all of our at both Lily and Lizard Lakes, and the typical equestrian user will park at our lower trailhead or our upper trailhead, and then ride their 3 miles, 4 miles in from there. At both of those parking areas, there's enough room for, I would say, between 6 and 10 horse trailers, 4 horse trailers, let's say. At those 2 parking areas. At the Samish Overlook, it is a tighter parking lot, and one would have to be a skilled backer to be bringing a horse trailer up in there with the amount of cars that we typically see there on any given day. Most equestrian users will avoid that and park down at the bottom.
Down at the bottom. And are those designated or signed somehow specifically for stock rigs?
Not presently.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Hearing none. Dan, thank you very much. Are you presenting the next project?
I will not be.
Okay, so who's
Hyden
presenting?
McCown will present.
Well, thank you, Dan, and hopefully we'll be able to get the results to you next week.
Yeah, thank you all for your time. You guys have a great week here.
Okay, so our next project is Blanchard, the Harry Osborne Maintenance Project. And who's presenting this one?
Hi, Marguerite. I'm Hyden McCown with the DNR.
Hi, Hayden.
Would you be willing to advance the slides, or do you want to try and give me control again?
Sure, we can. Let's see if we can get it to work for you here.
Okay.
So I think it's going to be better if I just advance for you. And then when we take our break, we'll see, can we get this fixed? We might have to restart our PowerPoint.
Okay.
So you just yell to me next and I'll try to keep up. And just remember, there's a slight delay. So I am going to reset my timer here and you may begin.
Well, thank you. I appreciate everybody's time today. My name is Hyden McCown, and I'm here today to present project number 22-2015, Blanchard Harry Osborne Trails and Facilities Maintenance and Operations. Next slide. Blanchard and the Harry Osborne Forests are 90 miles north of Seattle and 60 miles south of Vancouver, British Columbia. 7.5 million people live within 90 miles of these recreation sites. Next. This is the Blanchard State Forest. It is located off I-5, 12 miles south of Bellingham and 15 miles north of Mount Vernon. NOVA funding for this project will go toward the maintenance of 3 trailheads at Blanchard. The upper and lower trailheads are seen on the east side of this map. Blanchard has 1 bathroom at the lower trailhead and 17 miles of trail. Next. This is the Harry Osborne Forest Block. It is located 11 miles east of Sedro-Woolley. The Harry Osborne has 1 trailhead, 2 bathrooms, and 40 miles of trail maintained for equestrian use. Both Blanchard and the Harry Osborne are low elevation recreation sites. This means that our trails are free of snow most of the year, providing unique year-round recreation opportunities. Next. There are 4 publicly reviewed and adopted plans supporting our request for NOVA funding. They are the Chuckanut Mountain Trails Master Plan, the Skagit County Comprehensive Plan, the Evaluation of Blanchard Mountain Social, Ecological, and Financial Values, and the Chuckanut Drives State Scenic and Recreation Highway Plan. Additionally, the DNR Northwest Region's Public Use Inventory and Assessment, or RIA, says insufficient funding of the public use programs at DNR will likely result in future degradation of existing sites due to a lack of maintenance and an increased number of users. NOVA funding of this project is necessary for safe public access and continued maintenance of Blanchard and the Harry Osborn Forest. Next. Funds for this project will support a maintenance steward to clean 3 bathrooms at 4 trailheads, coordinate work for our volunteers and youth trail crews, and to keep our trails and facilities open for public use year-round. We receive 416,000 user visits each year to these sites. Next. With NOVA funding, 3 restrooms are cleaned and sanitized weekly. We continued this maintenance through the COVID-19 pandemic. We conduct regular safety assessments of our trails and facilities. We remove blowdown and hazard trees from our roads and trails. We respond to vandalism at our trailheads. Garbage is removed and environmental abuse is managed and discouraged. NOVA funding makes all of this possible. Next. Without NOVA funding, our roads and trails become impassable due to hazardous trees. Trash piles up and presents health concerns. Our restrooms are vandalized and overflow, and our signs are stolen, vandalized, and are not replaced. Without NOVA funding, local, underserved communities will lose 2 low-elevation recreation areas that are accessible year-round. Next slide. NOVA support for the maintenance and operations of recreation facilities and trails at Blanchard and the Harry Osborn can benefit underprivileged communities and promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in several ways. By providing year-round opportunities for people to hike, bike, ride horses, camp, and fish in a setting that is close to urban population centers can be particularly important for underprivileged communities who may not otherwise have the means to travel for outdoor recreation. This project ensures these recreation sites remain accessible to all, regardless of socioeconomic status. Our facilities and trails provide a location for environmental education. Fostering a deeper understanding and appreciation of the natural world can be beneficial for everyone. Blanchard and the Harry Osborn serve as community gathering places, bringing people of diverse backgrounds together to enjoy the outdoors. By funding the maintenance of these areas, RCO is promoting community engagement and helping to build more inclusive and equitable communities. Additionally, by funding this project, the RCO will create job opportunities in the local community. This can be particularly beneficial for underprivileged communities, which may have higher rates of unemployment and underemployment. Next slide. Last year, we were able to compile economic information derived from cell phone data location services enabled by visitors to Blanchard and the Harry Osborn Forest. An analysis of the data shows that in 2021, 153 jobs were directly and indirectly created by these recreation opportunities. $3.2 million were spent by visitors went toward local wages, and $3.7 million was generated in state and federal tax revenue. One cost of not funding this project is the loss of these economic drivers for local communities. It is clear to us that investing in maintenance now is a huge economic benefit for generations to come. Next slide. Between the Blanchard State Forest and the Harry Osborn Forest Block, we have 57 miles of trail requiring annual maintenance and 3 ADA accessible trailheads requiring weekly cleaning. We have an ADA horse loading ramp at the Harry Osborn and plans to continue making our sites more universally accessible. We have identified several years worth of backlog maintenance projects. In the sequence pictured here, our trail steward cleared blowdown after a windstorm, making the trail passable for horses, hikers, and mountain bikers. Next slide. In 2021, I thought we had about 150,000 user visits to our forest. I was way off. Cell phone data by Earth Economics shows that in 2021, these forests received over 416,000 user visits. That is a 277% increase in public use at these sites. We believe this increase is due to a few factors. People got outside more than ever during the COVID pandemic. Mapping applications like Trailforks and Gaia have made these areas more accessible, and more people are moving to the area. For example, in the next few years, 300 homes are planned to be built next to the Harry Osborn Forest Block. It is important to note that our staffing levels to manage the public use at these forests has not changed in over 10 years. We need RCO grants to fund our staff so that we are able to keep up with the maintenance of these sites. Next slide, please. 416,000 user visits happen at Blanchard and the Harry Osborn each year. People visit to exercise, walk their dogs, and share their love of nature with family and friends. The mental health benefits these opportunities provide cannot be overstated. Providing outdoor recreation opportunities for the people of Northwest Washington and Southern British Columbia is a critical public service. The DNR's RIA from March of 2018 states that the primary concern for region staff is the health and safety of visitors at recreation facilities and within state-owned Forest Trust lands. Maintenance and operations grant funding will ensure there is staff available to clean restrooms, remove hazard trees, post signage about rules and regulations, and repair unsafe trail conditions. Next slide, please. We meet with volunteers and stakeholders to incorporate their feedback into our management strategies. We have comment cards, QR codes with user surveys, and traffic trail counters to estimate user trends. We also have 2 advisory committees, the Blanchard Forest Advisory Committee and the Blanchard and Harry Osborn Maintenance and Operations Advisory Group. The committees represent organized, non-motorized recreation, trust beneficiaries, the forest industry, land trusts, conservationists, local community members, businesses, and schools. Next slide. In recent years, use by mountain bikers has increased substantially at Blanchard. This has led to safety concerns for our stakeholders. We have 2-way multi-use trails, and mountain bikes are designed to go fast. To address this concern, we are working towards sanctioning 2 downhill bike trails. Providing trails for bikes will reduce user conflict and create a trail system that is safer for everyone. Next. The Blanchard Upper Trailhead does not have a restroom. This is causing environmental problems. To address this, we have county permits in hand and have ordered an ADA accessible concrete vault-style CXT restroom. Barring any setbacks, it will be installed in May, meeting the public need for a bathroom at this location and eliminating negative environmental impacts. Next slide. People who recreate at the Harry Osborn and Blanchard experience the natural environment. The Harry Osborn has sweeping views of the Skagit Valley. Blanchard has 1,600 acres of protected second growth forest and world-class views of the San Juan Islands and Olympic National Park. There are no paved roads in our recreation areas. Our 57-mile trail inventory allows users to disperse from trailheads and immerse themselves in the natural environment. Next slide. NOVA support for our sites will help fund the staff needed to keep these predominantly natural settings natural. For instance, the large bear you see in the bottom left was attracted to garbage left by campers at the Harry Osborn trailhead. We need staff to clean up trailheads to reduce the impact by people and wildlife so that we can keep these areas safe and open for year-round public enjoyment. Next slide. When 1,600 acres at Blanchard was set aside from timber harvest rotation and placed into a natural area of reserve, we received extensive positive news coverage and support for our recreation and conservation work. In addition, the volunteer organizations and fellow land management agencies listed above submitted letters of support for this project. Next slide. The DNR is committing 57% match, $200,000 to this project, which serves 2 distinct landscapes branching out to 3 different non-motorized user groups. This project costs $1,900 per mile of trail maintained. Our cost per user visit has steadily decreased over the last 6 years, down to 42 cents this year. We have high confidence in our budget because we are continuing maintenance of recreation areas that have been in operation for over 15 years. Thank you. There's an environmental cost to not maintaining our recreation areas. We need staff to coordinate volunteers and WCC crews to maintain proper drainage on trails. We need staff to maintain our bridges so that people and horses will use them and avoid walking through wetlands. We need staff to discourage off-trail use, reducing negative impacts to sensitive plants, wildlife, and preventing soil delivery to streams. We need staff to pick up trash and hazardous materials dumped by the public, and we need staff to maintain our gates to reduce timber theft and wildfires. There's a high cost in the environment by not funding this project. Next slide, please. The benefits provided by this application for NOVA maintenance funding can be measured in dollars, user statistics, and positive community and environmental impacts. Less easy to quantify are the physical and mental health benefits provided by maintaining safe public access to Blanchard and the Harry Osborn for everyone. Exercise, fresh air, and quality time with family and friends is priceless. Next slide. Thank you for considering Project 22-2015 for the maintenance and operations of facilities and trailheads at Blanchard and the Harry Osborn. I am happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much. And we'll start with Lance.
Yeah.
How did you get the number of users in both areas? And I'm assuming most of that is in the Blanchard area.
Yeah, so we actually, the DNR contracted a nonprofit called Earth Economics, and they're getting their data from another company, but it's user-enabled location services, so cell phone data. We saw about, I think it was 204,000 at Blanchard in 2021, and we saw over 150,000 at the Harry Osborn. So quite a bit more at the HO than I had ever anticipated.
So I've been up in the Harry Osborn quite a bit over the last year, and I've been the only person up there all day. How do you get 150,000 visits?
Well, the Harry Osborn is a lot of different access points. So I think we have neighbors that are accessing on their local trails, and that's the data that we received was saying 150,000.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And Gary, you are next.
Yeah, good morning. I was curious that you showed a chart there at the end where you had about 1,000 hours of volunteer labor donated just at the end of 2022.
Yeah.
Which would equate to say $18,000 worth. But on your proposal, you only show 14,000 of donated labor. And I'm wondering if that was a typo or if you can expand on that a bit.
That's not a typo. That's a strategy on my part to try and be able to direct our volunteerism towards maintenance. What we're finding is that we're able to get more direct our volunteers towards development. We're able to get our volunteers more excited, and they seem to have better morale when they are working on new recreation opportunities. We have a pretty extensive development plan with the Baker to Bellingham recreation plan. And I anticipate that I'd like to be able to free up our volunteers to work on that. I think that we're able to meet our maintenance needs through our WCC program. And that is paid for out of a separate budget from the legislature. So the strategy here was to commit less volunteer time to this maintenance grant. I still anticipate that we will have a huge number of volunteer hours. I just want to have the flexibility to direct that volunteer work towards development projects when that seems reasonable to do. Does that make sense, Gary?
I just want to make sure you weren't shortchanging yourself in your application, because it looked like there's an awful lot more volunteer work going on up there than was shown.
Yeah, there absolutely is. I can see it trending towards development work, either at Blanchard with the restrooms that we're going to be installing, or the bike trails that we're looking at sanctioning, or some of the development work that we're doing for the Baker to Bellingham recreation plan. And none of that would qualify as matched to this maintenance grant. So I think I did shortchange us, but it was a strategy to provide maximum flexibility. We have a huge volunteers force out there, and I probably could have put more in there. You're right. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have about 3 or 4 more questions. So hey, just keep your answers short if you can. Nancy?
I'm seeing some discrepancies between matrix and the presentation. In the presentation, 57 miles of trail. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then in the metrics, I see 40 miles of trail with 30 of them backlog. Is that 30 of that 40?
That's 40 miles of trail at the Harry Osborne, and it should be 15, and then we're bringing on another 2 miles online here shortly with the addition of some bike trails at Blanchard. So that's how I got to 57.
Okay.
We maintain every mile of trail each year, more or less. So it's 114 miles maintained over 2 years of a 2-year project.
Over 2 years. Oh, okay. And then, and would this grant address that backlog?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
It definitely helps with the backlog. Yeah.
Okay, John is next.
Yeah, real quick, and maybe I'm confused, but isn't there some logging closures in this project area coming up?
We do actively harvest at both of these locations, not in the 1,600 acres of protected natural area reserve at Blanchard. The Harry Osborne is open for timber sales, and we generally work around it. We've done a pretty good job of being able to keep our recreation areas open to the public, and also actively harvest timber. So occasionally we close a trail here and there, but we are usually able to reopen them within a couple of weeks after the end of the timber sale.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And Randy?
Yes, hi there, Hayden. Nice job. Hey, I'm looking at your sponsor match breakdown, and I see you have a state appropriation of 145,000 and another of 30,000. So I'm curious what the source is of that appropriation, and why did you split them out into two, one 145 and 130?
Yeah, the 145 is WCC crew time, and then the 30 is staff time. And so that's why I broke them out separately.
I see. Great. Thanks a lot.
Yep.
And Brandon, you are next.
Hi. I just had a quick.
Brandon, we don't hear you anymore, so can you click on your...
Can you hear me now?
No.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry about that. Yeah, I just had a quick question on, you mentioned the 2 downhill mountain bike trails. So are those currently unsanctioned trails that are already in existence that you guys are looking into incorporating into the system there and maintaining from now, or are they trails that you guys are building?
Yeah, it's the first one. Those are existing user built trails, and we've tried various techniques to try and close those, and we've also kind of simultaneously looked at what it would take to incorporate them. There's a huge, the mountain bike scene around here is huge, and it's growing. We've signed them, we've closed them. We didn't have a whole lot of luck. They were popping up on mapping applications like Trailforks and Gaia, and we were able to take that off of some of those mapping applications, but not all of them. So we didn't have a whole lot of luck in discouraging that use. And then we looked at we did a suitability assessment of them, looking at biology, cultural resources, the whole nine, and what it would take to incorporate those into the trail system. And for the 2 trails that we're talking about, it actually is something that I think that we can do. And so we've got our paperwork more or less squared away on that, and that's right around the corner, is to bump those up the chain of command and see if we can get them signed off.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Hayden. We've finished with our time for this project. And if all goes well, we'll hopefully be able to share the results with you next week. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Marguerite. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate your time.
Team members, it's time for you to take a break. Our next project starts up, and let's start it up at 25 after. Enjoy your break. Welcome back, everyone, from your break. We are about ready to begin. I'm going to pull up the next project, and that is Olson Creek. And let's see, who's presenting?
Hi, Marguerite. I'll be presenting this one.
Oh, okay. Is that Finn?
Yep.
All right. So Finn, I'm going to see if I can turn over controls here in just a second. Let me see if I can get this. Okay, I think we've got it set just so that's the pointer. So why don't you double click and see if you have control? And then use
right.
your arrow keys to go back. Good. And I am going to reset the timer. And welcome back all of the advisors. So you may begin.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Finnegan Hopper here with Hayden McCowan presenting NOVA Project 22-2016 Olson Creek Bridge. And this is a picture of the proposed location for the Olson Creek Bridge. Our project is located in the Olson Creek Forest block of state trust land, formerly known as Stewart Mountain Forest. We renamed the area after Olson Creek, which runs through the middle of the landscape before continuing into Lake Whatcom. There are about 20 miles of existing user-built trails in this block, as shown by the brown lines in the image. And by constructing a bridge over Olson Creek at the location seen here, users will gain safe and sustainable access to the southern half of the trail system, connect to the adjacent Lake Whatcom Park, and enjoy a 17-mile loop around the watershed without ever leaving the trails. 3 publicly reviewed plans have identified this landscape as a priority for developing recreation. They are the Mount Baker Foothills Chain of Trails Concept Plan, the Lookout Mountain Forest Preserve and Lake Whatcom Park Recreational Trail Plan, and the Baker to Bellingham Non-Motorized Recreation Plan. In 2004, the Chain of Trails Concept Plan was completed. This plan was prepared by, among others, the Whatcom Council of Governments, the Port of Bellingham, and Whatcom County Parks with input from the public. The Olson Creek Forest Block was identified as a key component of the Trail Network Plan. Both the North Stewart Mountain Loop and the South Stewart Mountain Loop would be served by this project. The Lake Whatcom Park Recreational Trail Plan was completed in 2016 by Whatcom County Parks, again with input from the public. This plan has 3 trails connecting the county park to the Olson Creek Forest Block, as shown by the red arrows on the map. All 3 of these connectors would require the proposed bridge on Olson Creek. In 2019, with input from the public and a working committee of diverse user group representatives, the DNR completed the Baker to Bellingham Non-Motorized Recreation Plan. Identified in the plan as a top priority is development of a non-motorized trail system in the Olson Creek Forest Block. And in 2021, we began developing this trail network, which will include existing routes and new trails. So there are 3 existing crossings on Olson Creek, but none of these provide safe and sustainable access. The only permitted crossing is a forest road bridge shown here, where frequent logging truck traffic across the bridge endangers users trying to access the trails. There are also 2 non-permitted crossings. One is a ford where users wade through fish habitat, and the other is made from deteriorating aluminum ladders and is at the bottom of a steep and eroding trail. Construction of a pedestrian crossing on Olson Creek is necessary for the success of the planned trail network. The southern half of the trail system, and especially the loop around the watershed, require this essential piece of infrastructure. NOVA funds are critically needed to construct this bridge in order to provide safe access, remediate environmental issues, and prevent the loss of this recreation area. As shown by this picture and the slide before, the current impacts to Olson Creek include pedestrian, horse, and bike traffic, in addition to construction of unauthorized crossings. All of these impacts occur in sensitive fish habitat. During a recent conversation with the local Department of Fish and Wildlife biologist, this forward came up as his #1 regulatory concern for the area. And these impacts will worsen if a bridge is not built as use of this landscape continues to grow. There are no sanctioned trail systems with a trailhead on DNR managed land in Whatcom County. The closest DNR trail system is Blanchard Mountain, which is in Skagit County. Adjacent to Olson Creek Forest Block is the Lake Whatcom Park, which Whatcom County Parks is in the process of expanding to meet increasing demand. Olson Creek is within 6 miles of downtown Bellingham, home to 90,000 people, and over 200,000 people live in Whatcom County. With Seattle, Washington, and Vancouver, British Columbia, each being only an hour-and-a-half drive away from Bellingham, over 7.5 million people live within 90 miles of this project, including many who seek out year-round recreational facilities such as Olson Creek. The proximity of large cities contributes to the crowding of local trails. Using NOVA funds, the forward on Olson Creek will be replaced with a bridge that provides user-friendly travel across the creek while keeping traffic out of fish habitat, reducing stream bank erosion, and preventing water pollution. The existing crossings are damaging to the environment and unsafe for users, presenting a significant maintenance backlog. The Olson Creek crossing location was chosen based on accessibility. An existing trailhead maintained by Whatcom County is within a half mile of the crossing site, and planning and design are underway on a trailhead located nearby on DNR managed land. The proposed location lies within gentle slopes on a relatively narrow stretch of the creek. This setting allows for a low gradient access trail and a user-friendly crossing. According to the Earth Economics cell phone data, which Hayden McCown described briefly, this landscape sees over 300,000 recreational visits per year, and that use has increased dramatically as shown by these heat maps. Providing sanctioned trails in Whatcom County is a DNR Northwest region priority, as there are few recreation opportunities on DNR managed land in the county for all user groups. Consistent with the DNR's stated recreation mission, the Olson Creek Bridge would provide for the final design and construction of a safe and sustainable crossing that protects sensitive natural resources so many different user groups can enjoy the trail system. This project would also educate forest users. For the past 63 years, the Washington State University Extension Program has led field trips for 5th and 6th grade students to the Olson Creek Seed Orchard. The bridge will provide a direct connection from the seed orchard into a working forest where generations of Whatcom County students have learned about sustainable forestry. We are working with representatives from the Washington Trails Association, the Whatcom Mountain Bike Coalition, and the Backcountry Horsemen pictured here to design a bridge that will provide safe and sustainable access to the trail system. The proposed network will include a mix of multi-use bidirectional and one-way trails to reduce user conflict. All 3 of these user groups are underserved by the department, as there are no sanctioned trail systems with a trailhead on DNR managed land in Whatcom County. The layout of the Olson Creek Trail Network will create a 17-mile loop around the Olson Creek watershed with multi-use and downhill mountain bike trails on both ridges, as well as a trail going across the top of the drainage and trail connectors to Lake Whatcom Park. A critical requirement of this layout is the Olson Creek Bridge. Working with our consultant Leon Environmental LLC, or LE, we've already made some design choices. We plan to purchase a prefabricated bridge that will accommodate horse, hike, and bike traffic, and we will realign the existing access trails at a lower gradient with wide switchbacks for a user-friendly experience. LE has assembled a highly skilled team to design the crossing, and work is underway. The design process will incorporate structural engineering, civil engineering, geotechnical analysis, hydraulic analysis, and site survey in order to develop a plan that protects natural resources, has minimal maintenance needs, and is optimized for the location. We are designing this bridge to be environmentally sustainable and a durable piece of infrastructure that will provide access for multiple user groups. By replacing the ford through fish habitat, engineering the bridge to sustain design load, and placing the structure above the 100-year floodplain, we are reducing the negative impact on the environment and ensuring long-term access for recreational users. We have received preliminary wetland assessment, conducted a geotechnical survey, and begun initial design process. We plan to have a permit application ready for submittal by June of this year. Our volunteers are eager to get to work. They have committed $9,000 in labor, tools, and materials. Experts in LE have donated their time and pre-contract work on the project, and our volunteers and staff are ready to receive RCO support and proceed. Users of this bridge will gain year-round access to approximately 20 miles of trails in second and third growth forest where wildlife is abundant and there are beautiful views of the mountains, islands, and sunsets. Throughout the trail system, hikers, bikers, and horsemen can enjoy views of Lake Whatcom, Bellingham, and sunsets over the San Juan Islands. Here are a couple more views from the area, as well as a view of Olson Creek Forest Block from the west. We have received extensive support for this project. Washington Trails Association, the Backcountry Horsemen of Washington, and the Whatcom Mountain Bike Coalition, among others, submitted letters of support and committed volunteer time and resources. Washington State Parks has also submitted a letter of support, and LE has donated their time to this project. There are many benefits to supporting this project. One of the most important is that we have significant commitments from volunteers to help make it happen. We also have extensive public support to move forward, as shown by the Baker to Bellingham non-motorized recreation plan. This bridge is a critical step towards developing the first sanctioned trail system on DNR managed land in Whatcom County. RCO support of this bridge will cost only 60 cents per user visit for only 1 year of use. Temporary construction impacts may occur, but the project will remediate ongoing environmental concerns, creating a net positive outcome for sensitive natural resources. Thank you for attending our presentation on NOVA Project 22-2016 Olson Creek Bridge. We are now happy to answer your questions.
Questions or comments from team members? Very timely, Fed.
Thank you, Marguerite.
Just as the alarm went off. And we'll start with you, Brian. And don't forget to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Hi, Finnegan, nice job. Very busy area, and I love your name, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. You know, with the bridge, what's the plan on the developing the sanctioned trails that it will serve? Is there another grant in the works here, or is there something immediately or fairly soon where the supporting trails will be developed or sanctioned?
So we're currently in process of developing and sanctioning the trail network. Our consultant LE has been conducting critical areas assessments, and we are in process of putting together an application for a land disturbance permit with Whatcom County, which we hope to have submitted by the end of next month. And we're hoping to start breaking ground on that trail, on the trail projects as soon as June, if possible. We're dealing with some somewhat restrictive guidelines, county code on working in the watershed, but we're charging forward, and we've got a few different fund resources for working on that project. So that's in process.
Okay, if I could, Margaret, one more. What will be the mileage then that will be added or served by the bridge? of those trails?
So the total trail network is about 20 miles. The loop itself is 17. About half the trail network is going to be served by this bridge directly by gaining access. So that's about 10 miles for just the southern half and 17 miles for the loop.
Okay, thank you, Finnegan.
Yeah, thank you, Brian.
Other questions or comments? Hearing none, I think you have answered all the questions. Oh, there we go.
How about Gary?
Mhm.
Yeah, nice job, Finnegan. I just wanted to ask about your bridge and curious about the deck width and railing height.
So we are working with the existing master contract for prefabricated bridges that we currently have, and I think we're aiming to go about as big as we can, which would be a 6-foot deck width. We don't have a railing height in our design yet. We will be working with user groups to ensure that the design is user friendly for everyone, and particularly ensuring that the horsemen feel comfortable bringing their horses onto it so that they don't end up just using the ford. Hayden might have some additional stuff here. Hayden?
Typically, we go with a 5-foot railing height.
Okay, thank you.
So for the equestrian users, for their safety.
Thanks, Hayden.
Yeah.
Do you guys, while I got it, do you have the coordination with Whatcom County Parks? You have a similar signing strategy?
We do. Are you talking about the checkpoint system, Gary? Or
yeah, where you have the uphill, downhill for bikes and location markers and everything?
Yeah, absolutely. So throughout Whatcom County, we've incorporated the checkpoint system across all of our landscapes: Blanchard, Larrabee State Park, Galbraith Mountain. We will look at including that as we move forward. Directional trails will be incorporated into this trail system plan, specifically for the downhill bikes, because in our experience, downhill bikes and uphill hiker and horse traffic don't mix very well. So the game plan here will be to have downhill routes off of the ridges so that we're reducing that user conflict, and we will sign the trail plan accordingly.
Well, thank you. I just recently been up in that area. It's some of the best trail signing I've seen anywhere in the state. So thank you, guys.
It's good to hear.
Any last questions or comments for this project? Well, thank you both for presenting. And again, we hope to have results to you sometime next week. So
Great.
thank you much.
Thank you, Marguerite, and thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Our next project proposal is Walker Valley. And is Josh presenting this one?
I am.
There you are. So Josh, I'm going to give controls to you. And now I'm going to ask you to double click to make sure you have control. And then use your arrow keys to maybe go back. That's good. I am resetting my clock. So when you are ready, you may begin.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Hi, my name is Josh Boswell. I'm with the Department of Natural Resources in the Northwest region. I'm going to use this time to present a 2-year maintenance and operations grant proposal for the Walker Valley off-road vehicle area. Walker Valley is located in Skagit County in DNR's Northwest region, which covers the northern half of Puget Sound. It includes a 5-county area of Snohomish, Skagit, Island, San Juan, and Whatcom counties, with a combined population of 1.2 million. Walker is centrally located along the I-5 corridor between Everett and Bellingham. Walker Valley is near the urban areas of Mount Vernon, Burlington, and Sedro-Woolley, with a combined population of 55,000. The trail area covers about 8,000 acres of state forest land and is located in the foothills about 10 miles southeast of the city of Mount Vernon. The 40 miles of trail accommodate a variety of vehicles, including ATVs, motorcycles, 4x4s, and side-by-sides. There's also a developed trailhead with parking, toilets, and a group campfire pit. This proposal is for a 2-year maintenance and operations program for Walker Valley ORV area. The proposal will allow for the maintenance of 40 miles of trails, 22 bridges, and a trailhead, provide year-round user access, improve user safety, implement water quality and other environmental protection measures, collaborate with volunteers to prioritize need, use Washington Conservation Corps young adult crew. And now on to the evaluation criteria, starting with need. The need for this project is supported by numerous planning and policy documents that include the Recreation and Conservation Plan for Washington State, where analysis identified the unmet need for ORV recreation trails statewide, along with the finding that ORV recreation is one of the top use categories for youth ages 6 to 18. The State NOVA Plan, where it identifies the importance of site maintenance when it comes to correcting environmental problems and preventing closures due to maintenance backlogs. This is an urgent need at Walker Valley. The department's own strategic plan that emphasizes the need to provide for environmentally sustainable motorized recreation, and Skagit County Parks and Recreation Comprehensive Plan, which identifies Walker Valley as the only site serving local ORV needs. Now on to need regarding inventory issues. Walker Valley helps meet the needs of local ORV users at the state, regional, and local levels. There are 3 choices within North Puget Sound service area. These are the Anacortes Community Forest Lands, Walker Valley, and Reeder Foothills. The Walker Valley's central location, diversity of trail types, and its all-season access make it the most heavily used option. From Everett, driving distances and times are similar between Walker Valley and Reeder, but Walker provides over twice the mileage of motorcycle trail. The Anacortes Community Forest Lands does not allow ATVs or 4x4s on the motorcycle, and the motorcycle trails that it does offer are only open seasonally. Efforts to develop ORV areas in Whatcom County highlight the need for such facilities, but the efforts did not result in gaining local government support, leaving Walker Valley as one of the only options available to fill that need for folks living in Whatcom County and North Puget Sound generally. Earth Economics is a nonprofit organization that uses cell phone data to predict the number of recreational visitors for all state-managed land and organized it into various management units. This is a heat map of the location pings used to generate accurate visitor counts in the area during 2020. The purple box is the ORV area and accounts for about 80% of the activity, or approximately 285,000 visits. The data, the line graph that you're looking at here shows the number of visits per month. The orange line is 2019, the blue is 2020, and the red shows the data that we have available for 2021. As you can see, the use at Walker Valley is steadily increasing year over year. Walker Valley is heavily used year-round. On weekends, trailhead parking is often completely filled, and even finding a place to park on the road shoulder can be a challenge. Approximately 15% of the trail system is in need of heavy maintenance in the form of rock resurfacing, drainage system repairs, and bridge resurfacing or replacements. The photos on the right are examples of what we mean by heavy maintenance needs. These are often trails with deep ruts and failed drainage function. The remedy typically involves reestablishing a subgrade of larger ballast rock that is transported in with motorized haulers to reestablish drain features and capped with native soil or finer crushed rock. Walker can best serve user needs if it can be maintained and operated at full capacity keeping all 40 miles of trail open year-round. Now onto the category of use. Underserved groups. According to RCO's site-wide recreation plan, both off-road vehicle trail riding and individuals with disabilities in all forms of recreation are categorized as underserved. Motorized recreation access provides important and rewarding options for those with a range of disabilities to experience outdoor recreation. Walker is easily accessible on county roads and also has ADA accessible restrooms and a loading ramp. On to criteria number 2, need fulfillment. ORV needs. The statewide recreation and conservation plan describes the following factors that apply to Walker Valley ORV area. Increasing capacity is listed as a high priority. This suggests that existing facilities such as Walker Valley need to be operated at maximum capacity in order to meet user needs. Also, statewide, more than 1 million Washingtonians participate in off-road motorized recreation, with an additional 5% or 350,000 indicating that they would like to, but currently don't. Walker Valley provides capacity and access to ORV recreation users for a service area of over 3 million people when you include the larger Seattle metropolitan area. To help address these needs, we have set a number of goals and objectives. The goals of this project are to provide access for both urban and rural areas to all 40 miles of trail year-round for the full range of ORV users, with the objectives of providing safe, enjoyable, and environmentally sustainable riding experience through an intensive trail maintenance program. To achieve these goals, we will use this grant project to put one full-time trail maintenance supervisor worker on the ground doing maintenance year-round. We're going to use Washington Conservation Corps crew with supplies and materials to do both heavy and standard maintenance. We're going to work with user groups and volunteers to address their needs, address water quality and other environmental issues, and repair trail infrastructure such as bridges to maximize facility lifespans. The DNR works closely with the Walker Valley Advisory Group, made up of dedicated users who will provide maintenance work, prioritize maintenance work with their involvement and feedback. Walker Valley has a long history of support from individuals, local clubs, and statewide organizations. Along with letters of support from groups, many individuals provided letters of support that have been included with our grant application. Walker Valley has an energized volunteer base. Their efforts and feedback are a huge part of maintaining the area. User groups have committed 1,900 hours to this grant in writing. Now on to criteria number 10, benefits. On the cost side of the equation, the project cost totals $621,000. The NOVA cost share would be about 31%, and the DNR match share would be about 69%. The cost per daily user visit is approximately $1.10. The NOVA cost would fully fund one full-time trails manager worker who will direct Washington Conservation Corps projects, coordinate with volunteers, operate equipment, estimate and order materials and supplies, clean trailheads and toilet facilities, and be on site on a daily basis. The DNR will be matching with approximately 200 days of WCC crew time, materials, volunteer labor, plus a fleet of equipment, including mini excavators, dump trailers, and motorized haulers. We have confidence in this budget as we have operated within budget for the past 10 years. On the benefits side, with grant funding, we can be effective at maintaining Walker Valley at full capacity year-round to help meet a very large statewide deficit and need for ORV trails and facilities. From an environmental perspective, this grant will support an aggressive maintenance program that will emphasize water quality and other environmental issues. From a community perspective, off-road vehicle riding is a social focal point for people to get together with friends and have fun outdoors. DNR's Northwest region has a large rural economy. RCO's study on how economic the economic benefits of recreation show how recreation activity can move revenue from urban areas to rural areas of the state. Earth Economics, the study that I referenced earlier, calculated the economic impact of the visits to Walker Valley. The economic impact area on the left is defined as anywhere within 50 miles of driving distance to the site. The bar graph shows that visits to Walker Valley during 2020 generated a total economic output of 22 million within the impact area. In summary, Walker Valley area provides a backcountry trail riding experience for off-road vehicle users from all over the state and beyond. Walker Valley has maintained an environment of collaboration and coordination between DNR staff and users. Walker Valley is experiencing heavy use and is facing serious maintenance and operations challenges. Continued success depends on a dedicated year-round maintenance program that brings together NOVA funding, grant, volunteer efforts, WCC trail crews, and DNR staff and resources. Thank you for considering this grant proposal. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Thank you, Josh. Questions or comments from team members? And we will start with Nancy.
Just a comment, I guess, less for Josh, is in all of Washington State, this is one of 3 motorized opportunities that's open year round. That's it. That's the entire opportunity.
Thank you.
Agreed, Nancy.
Lance, you have a question or comment?
More of just a comment. Yeah, Walker continues to get more and more heavy use. North of Seattle, it's really the only area people usually bypass Reeder to go to Walker just because of the lack of trail mileage at Reeder. You know, I personally never go to Reeder because there's only about half an hour riding where I can go to Walker and go all day. So really you're serving Seattle north, including Whatcom County, Island County, San Juan County. So there's some other counties around there that don't have anywhere to go. So it's pretty much one area for Snohomish, King, Skagit, that whole area.
Yeah, it's seeing a lot of use and it's showing in the needs out there are big.
So next up is Bryant, and then Crystal, I think you have a question.
Hi, Josh. Nice job. I know what it's like to try to take care of these ORV areas. Question I had is about your 22 bridges and any mitigation. It sounds like there's quite a bit of water and a lot of runoff. Do you really expect to get to 22 bridges and repair those, or what's the status of those?
Yeah, right now there's 22 bridges out there currently. I would say 10 of them are fairly new or brand new, and just requiring light maintenance. We have one bridge that's replacing a culvert that's out of compliance with the type of stream that's going over, and we have another bridge that is being replaced in this next biennium. But yeah, we're keeping up with it, but it's one after the other. Seems like there was a lot of bridges built with money in the 90s, and that's kind of all coming to a head right now. So yeah, there's a lot to do right now. We're keeping up with it, but it's an ongoing project for sure.
Because there were no bridges in this particular project scope, is that right? Other than,
we have bridges on the schedule, but we're able to pay for those without. It's not on this grant. The money for purchasing those are coming from this pile of money.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Oh, hey, I got a question. I'm not finding the option. I can't get the option on my system to raise my hand, so I'll go ahead and talk. This is Crystal Crowder. Hey, Josh, great presentation, and thank you for the work you're doing up in Walker Valley. Had a question for you about the sponsor match breakdown. I'm just curious where the appropriation funding is coming from, if you could share that with us.
Yeah, so I'm trying to go back. I don't know if I have control of the slide anymore.
I just saw I see four different breakdowns, 10K, 15K, 320K, and 50K. And of
Yes,
course, the huge
thanks, Marguerite,
donated
whoever-
labor is nice.
Yeah, whoever helped out with getting me back to that slide. So yeah, the WCC crew time is 200 days throughout the biennium. That's like 320,000 about. The materials would include rock, lumber for replacing decking, that type of stuff is 50,000. That's coming from the DNR's budget. Volunteer labor is just stuff that we get for free, I guess, but goes to our match side of things from the energized volunteer base. We have.
I've never seen this much use of WCC crews on motorized trails. Where's that 320K coming from? Is that from DNR's general fund or another source?
That's from DNR's. I don't know exactly where the money comes from on the DNR side for the WCC crews, but
Okay.
the DNR is paying for that crew time. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's great to see. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Andrea, do you have some clarification for that?
Yeah, just real quick. So DNR does get a separate appropriation to pay for Conservation Corps partners. We've been getting that from the legislature and the capital budget for the last 12 years or so. So that's a separate piece of our budget that a lot of our maintenance grants take advantage of.
Okay, Gary, did you have another
Yeah,
question?
hi, Josh. Good presentation. I'm just wondering, you have that huge chunk of WCC crew. Have you guys experimented or used contract crews at all? You got some really great contract trail builders up in Skagit and Whatcom County, and I just wondering if any of that work might be available to them.
I'm willing to explore that for sure. I'm fairly new to this position with Walker Valley. I think it would be wise to do that. Right now, we have commitments with the WCC, but we have used other youth corps in the past, and I'm not sure about private contractors, but I don't see why not.
Okay, well, it might be worth looking into. I noticed in some of my experience, you wind up getting almost a better value from a contract crew than you might from some of the other ones, depending on the situation. So thank you for looking into it in the future.
And that reminds me, we do have, I have access to professional heavy equipment operators through our roads department. So I do have access to a higher skill level if the project requires it. And that's what the added staff time, the 10,000 there, that could be added to that side of the equation.
Go ahead, Andrea.
Yeah, just a little further clarification on our WCC budget. We are legislatively mandated in our Conservation Corps appropriation to partner with conservation corps, including the WCC, and we can work with a few others. We can't use that pot of money for private contracting, though we do have other operating budget that we could use in that way. So just to clarify, we are kind of limited to use WCC in many cases, just kind of the way that our budget breaks up. So just to help clarify that.
Thanks, Andrea.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Andrea. And
thank you, everyone.
We hope to share the results with you next week, Josh. So thanks
Appreciate
much.
it. Thank you.
Okay, up next, it sounds like it's Ryan. Deputy Ryan, are you there?
Correct, I am.
Awesome. Oh, good. Now I see you. And that looks like an ORV scene from Moses Lake, somewhere over there.
Pretty much.
All right. Well, I'm going to turn control over to you.
Kind of see how I pop up my notes here.
So do you have your notes?
I have notes here that I can refer to.
Yeah, you need
Just
to
don't want to
use
try
your
to
own
give.
notes because we don't use it here in the presentation.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No. So I've just turned mouse controls over to you, so double click. Okay, and use your arrow keys to go back.
Okay.
Okay, and I am resetting my clock. And you may begin.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Deputy Ryan Herring with the Grant County Sheriff's Office. I'm assigned with the off-road vehicle unit and responsible for the Mose Lake Sand Dunes for enforcement and maintenance. I am here today, sorry about that. I am here today in front of you all for the M&O grant 22-2157 for the Mose Lake Sand Dunes. We have 2 full-time employees who work to maintain the off-road vehicle areas within Grant County. The Grant County Sheriff's Office has no additional funding source for maintenance operation. We have relied primarily on this source of funding in order to maintain and operate the ORV program and to provide a clean and safe environment for all types of outdoor enthusiasts. Today, we are here to seek continued funding for this maintenance and operation grant. I don't know why it's doing this. So the project goal, that's weird, to provide weekly maintenance. What's that?
It's just, there's a slight delay. We see it and then you see it. So just prepare for that slight delay.
Okay. So our project goal is to provide weekly maintenance operations such as fence repair, servicing of vault toilets, signage repair replacement, noxious weed control, road and trail maintenance, and litter disposal throughout the Mose Lake Sand Dunes. This grant is current, in place, and ongoing. This project has been successfully supported by the RCO since 1988, over 35 years, and proven to be successful. Sorry about this, guys. Okay. So it just keeps bouncing around on me. So the project description, a 2-year non-highway road maintenance and operation proposal. The annual maintenance will occur on approximately 3,300 acres for motorized ORV vehicle and outdoor enthusiasts. It aids in 2 grant-funded deputies to perform maintenance and operation for the ORV areas and facilities year-round. I'm sorry. So the city of Mose Lake's population as of July 2020 is 26,000. The people reside in Mose Lake zip code, which encompasses the area within 30 miles of the city, limits to approximately 48,000. Mose Lake is 21 square miles, which equates to 1,380 people per square mile. Mose Lake is the 45th largest city in the state with one of the highest annual growth rates in the state. It says, included to show the unique topography of the area, which encompasses wetlands, sand with established trails and lakes. The area is located just south of the city urban development, causing little impact on the neighborhoods that surround it. There it goes again. Okay, the city of Moses Lake population, I think I already read this one to you guys. Population of July 2020 is 26,500. People reside within Moses Lake zip code, which encompasses an area in 30-mile range. The city limits totals approximately 48,000. Moses Lake is 21 square miles. It equates to 1,380 people per square mile. Moses Lake is the 45th largest in the state, ongoing highest growth rate. Sorry, my controls are all off here. So number one, the need. The need of this is for the maintenance of the project will prevent further closure of the area as history has dictated. Fence maintenance prevention prevents environmental impact on the topography, erosion, and wildlife. It separates the private landowner from the trespasser and the farmland economic damage. The wetland area of the yellow zone is closed seasonally for migratory birds and their nesting and breeding grounds. Through October 1st through July 1st, we partner with our Public Works Department to think of other different ways to keep the access roads well maintained, although the road maintenance is not funded by the grant. So also exposure here. The Moses Lake and Beverly Sand Dunes is unique in the fact that they are centrally located and can be used year round. In October 2016, through Alaska Beyond magazine, one of the writers wrote in there, the ORV park provides plenty of motorized excitement, but in a recreational yin and yang. The pulse pounding ORV sector is adjacent to a strikingly peaceful area that no motorized vehicles are allowed. Other public exposure is local Sand Scorpions, the local club, hosts multiple events each year that draws people from all over the state and across the country, sorry. For 2023, they are going to hold 18 events, which brings in 3,000 to 6,000 spectators from during each event. Also, the national popularity and attention in our area in the Off-Road Racers magazine and website, based on a 2020 survey, the Moses Lake Sand Dunes was ranked as #1 in the state of Washington. Off-road trails and parks. When you type in the top 5 of the off-road trails and parks in Washington State, 4-Wheel Online has a short video naming Moses Lake Sand Dunes. Mud Flats is #3. Also, we're going to talk about the maintenance operation of the project is current and ongoing for 35 years plus. NOVA funds are critical to the completion of this project, as the current physical condition would worsen due to the garbage and spread of noxious weeds throughout the ORV park and throughout the state would be a given. So similar opportunities. The map shows the centrally located uniqueness of the sand dunes and the distance from other popular sand dunes in the area. Moses Lake Sand Dunes offers year-round use like no other ORV area that they close due to natural elements, flooding, mudslides, and etc. The maintenance operation of this project is current and ongoing for the past 35 years. So based on an average over the past 2 years, the estimated number of recreational enthusiasts coming to the area has been 450,000 plus each year, for a 2-year total of 800,000 to 1 million people over a 2-year period. On any major holiday weekend, like Memorial Day weekend, 4th of July weekend, Labor Day, we get anywhere from 15 to 20,000 people per weekend, or per day, sorry. So the needs and fulfillment, the above overall goal of this project is to provide for weekly maintenance operations such as those above throughout the Moses Lake Sand Dunes. The primary recreational opportunity provided by the project will be safe and sustained off-road vehicle and alternative use throughout the Moses Lake Sand Dunes area. It's centrally located area for users in our state with complete maps and directions on websites. The Moses Lake Sand Dunes is a non-fee recreational area which offers services unique to recreational areas like trash, refuge, eco-friendly vault toilets that are ADA accessible. We have an open door policy through brochures, contacts, whether in person or in email. Websites, trade shows enable us to reach out to the users and the groups listed in the project to solicit user feedback and recommendations through our M&O and E&E grants. So the sustainable environmental stewardship, wetland, the migratory birds head south for the winter and they stop to the Moses Lake area and in the wetland area. Retired biologist Laura Cook from Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife has identified over 30 species that include blue herons, bald eagles, white pelicans, sage thrasher, horned lark, western grebe, and the leopard frog is found in the yellow and red zones of the Mosaic sand dunes and nowhere else in the world. We have gathered as much greater understanding of the sensitive ecosystem through this presentation's research, which has motivated us to ensure protection through maintenance as well as education and enforcement. Also with the sustainable and environmental stewardship, we utilize environmental friendly vault toilets, which are ADA compliant. These toilets require no power and use no water to operate. We also educate young dune goers throughout the school presentations and attend sportsman shows as a part of our separate education enforcement grant, teaching good stewardship, the impact of humans. This Earth view included to show the unique topography of the area, which encompasses wetlands, sand, and lakes. In the map, the yellow borders of the fence line that the project maintains and protects, separating the wetland area during the seasonal closure. These wetlands are closed seasonally to protect migratory bird nesting and other forms of wildlife. So project support as well as letters by those listed above have a vested interest in protecting and supporting the Moses Lake and Beverly Sand Dunes. Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and DNR also support the project, as the Grant County Sheriff's Office takes primary lead to maintain and operate all their lands within the sand dunes. Land use agreements for these projects are already in place with DNR and Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and private landowners. Local clubs donate labor and equipment to perform project completions, garbage cleanup, and maintenance of eco-friendly vault toilets through painting and cleaning of them. Project support letters and signs of support from all different off-road vehicle clubs have been uploaded into PRISM. Established relationship and maintenance and operation in this project already exists. Is crucial in cooperating with land users that also protect the environment. So the cost benefit project goals of this objective have been rarely changed over the years. The cost expense benefit is minimal through outside the box thinking and maximizing funding where it is needed most. Maintaining a recreational area prevents the decrease in attendance, which has been estimated as a high of $282 million in revenue over the 2020 season by the Grant County Tourism. Mosaic Sand Dunes, surrounding bodies of water, golf course, hiking, Gorge Amphitheater are the primary recreational opportunities in the area. So a breakdown of the benefits here. We have the sponsor match of $40,000 or 40%, and the NOVA RCO requested amount is $60,000 or 60%. The noxious weed, we'd spend $22,000 in weed control, $20,000 operating costs, $6,000 supplies, $20,000 waste disposal. The vault toilets, cleaning, and maintaining them at $26,000. Mosquito control is $6,000. So we just have to say that we here at the Grant County Sheriff's Office would like to thank you for allowing us to be here for this time to share our needs with you, and most of all, our kids and our future generations. Thank you. That would be it. If you're talking, I can't hear you. You're muted.
Nancy?
Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. So you said you have trail counters out there. How many do you guys have and where are they located?
Trail counters. We borrowed 2 trail counters from the road department. We don't have any that we actually own at this time. I do know we are seeking to get our own trail counters so we can have them out there as well.
And where are they located?
Off of Potato Hill Road, just as you enter the ORV park. That'd be on the east end of the sand dunes. And then we have other trail counters that we put on the west end when they come off of, I believe it's Sand Dunes Road.
Okay, and then one more question. Oh, where did it go? Never mind, I can't. Oh, can you tell me the acreage that's open year round?
The acreage that's open year round is right around 2,800. The
Okay,
total
thank
acreage out there, including the wetland area, is 3,300.
Okay, thank you.
Crystal, then Brian, then John.
Thank you for your presentation. And again, just wanted to appreciate that you keep this opportunity for OHVers open in this area of the state. I appreciate that you're only asking for like 1.5% of the total motorized bucket and provide such a great opportunity for everyone out there. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bryant?
Hi, Ryan. Nice job. Bryant Robinson, Spokane County Parks. A quick question about training for you guys relative to the environment or the endangered species. Your spraying application, do you guys get certified and trained in that as well, or those areas?
We haven't been trained and certified in that. We kind of lean on Fish and Wildlife. And we go to a lot of their meetings and we have little, I don't know, just little powwows about that. And they kind of tell us what the research is showing and we kind of just lean on them for their expertise and their knowledge on that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And John, you're up next.
Yeah, it's kind of a more of a question of, I remember in the past that alcohol was a problem in this area and it was prohibited. Is that still the case?
Correct. Alcohol is still prohibited out there. We do not allow it out there.
Well, great. I've used the area myself and I got to tell you, I sure appreciate what you all do. So thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you so much, Deputy. We appreciate it, and we hope to be able to share the results with you next week.
All right. Thank you. And sorry again for the slide going back and forth.
That's all right. No problem.
All right. You have a good day.
Team members, believe it or not, you have made it through the first half of the first day. So I am going to encourage you to go and take a nice long lunch break. Your next project starts at 1:20. So enjoy your break. Hi, Zachary.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just giving everybody a moment to get back to their computers so we can get started. And are you just doing the one project or you have a couple?
I personally am just presenting the one project.
Okay.
Some coworkers here at the district have a few more projects after me.
Okay. So Zachary, I'm going to ask if you will just double click to see if you have control of the mouse.
Yeah, I think I do.
And try to use your arrow keys to go forward or backwards. Good.
Yep, that seems to work.
Team members, welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a good break and had a chance to get up and move about and get away from your screen for a few minutes. And we are ready to begin. I'm resetting my little timer. So Zachary, you may begin.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Zachary Winters, and I'm the Developed and Dispersed Recreation Manager for the Methow Valley Ranger District on the Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest. Thank you to the Advisory Committee and RCO for this opportunity to present this NOVA non-highway road category project for maintenance of our district's developed recreation sites and campgrounds. The Methow Valley Ranger District is located on the eastern slopes of the North Cascade Mountains, primarily in Okanagan County. On this map, the entire Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest is shown in green, and the Methow Valley Ranger District is outlined in pink. The North Cascade Scenic Corridor runs through the center of the district, connecting the I-5 corridor and the adjacent North Cascades National Park to this district and the nearby Methow Valley communities. The project location includes 25 campgrounds, 30 trailheads, 2 picnic areas, and the Washington Pass Scenic Overlook, all scattered across the district, as you can see here, shown as red icons on this map. These recreation sites are both low and high elevations, which allows for long duration of seasonal access, and they're on a variety of rivers, creeks, and high mountain passes. The goal of this project is to serve visitors who are engaged in a wide variety of recreational activities such as camping, picnicking, sightseeing, scenic driving, and more by providing clean, safe, well-maintained facilities and campgrounds. Maintenance includes all site facilities, including pathways, picnic tables, fire grates, water systems, signage, dumpsters, perimeter fences, and outhouses. It also includes hazard tree surveys and removal for visitor safety, monitoring for invasive plants and other environmental impacts, as well as enforcing forest regulations to protect both visitors and the resource. This project will fund staffing and materials to clean, maintain, and improve these 58 developed recreation sites for 2 years. The Methow Valley Ranger District is managed according to the Okanagan National Forest Land and Resource Management Plan. The forest plan specifies that campgrounds will be maintained to the highest standard of cleanliness and safety, as well as accessibility. The Northwest Forest Plan amended the Okanagan Forest Plan and specifies that campgrounds will be maintained to protect riparian habitat and meet aquatic conservation strategy objectives. The activities included in this project are needed to achieve these forest plan objectives. NOVA funds are a critical need to achieve this project's objectives. Approximately 95% of funds collected in campgrounds and trailheads are returned to the district, but operation and maintenance costs exceed the amount collected. Since our first campground maintenance NOVA grant in 2005, NOVA funds have helped fill this gap between what's collected and what's needed so we can keep our nightly fees reasonable and keep our campgrounds affordable for a wide range of users, including lower income families. Without NOVA funding, the level of service and number of recreation sites currently available to the public would need to be reduced. This map shows that most of the private and state campgrounds in the Methow Valley, which also provide camping opportunities, are all located along the main valley corridor, as shown by the blue and purple stars on this map. In contrast to these state and private campgrounds, Forest Service sites are all located in undeveloped forested settings that are quiet, peaceful, more remote, and more affordable. These sites help round out the full range of sites and settings available to campers visiting the Methow Valley. In addition, scenic overlooks and high points, such as Harts Pass and Washington Pass Scenic Overlook, offer stunning views which simply cannot be replicated elsewhere. These scenic vistas serve as an accessible recreation site for families, mobility impaired visitors, and entry-level recreationists. This project is needed to enable the district to continue to address and reduce backlog maintenance at campgrounds and trailheads. Thanks to past NOVA funding, we've been able to repair and repaint buildings, troubleshoot drinking water systems, and prevent new problems from developing. However, there are still backlog items remaining, including the need to address hazard tree and camping areas, replace deteriorating wooden toilets, and replace fire-damaged kiosks and perimeter fences. We estimate that at least 150,000 visitors use this project site every year, based on data from the University of Washington's Outdoor Recreation and Data Lab. The latest national visitor use monitoring data shows that 60% of these visitors travel more than 75 miles to recreate here, indicating that these sites are as important to urban areas as they are for local and rural communities. These campgrounds and trailheads provide access for a variety of activities in diverse habitats, including fishing and canoeing in rivers and lakes, scenic driving and nature viewing at the highest drivable point in Washington State, Harts Pass. And in the fall, our campgrounds are popular base camps for game hunters, and golden larch viewers flock to this colorful landscape in unprecedented volumes. This project is critical to maintain the facilities that all of these various recreationists depend on. We have many barrier-free facilities, including the fishing dock seen here at Black Pine Lake, and of course, the stunning and accessible views of Washington Pass. Many of our sites have other barrier-free facilities, such as concrete outhouses with paved walkways and several campsites, water faucets, and picnic tables in each campground. We need NOVA funding to help us operate at our current level of personnel and capacity so we can continue to provide the existing accessible opportunities. This project will help to fulfill the aforementioned needs by keeping our campgrounds in compliance with our forest plan, maintained to the standards and guidelines as required, and meeting federal and state safety requirements for drinking water systems, proper disposal of human waste, so on. The aquatic conservation strategy objectives from the Northwest Forest Plan will be met by minimizing riparian vegetation loss, maintaining roads to minimize erosion, and protecting the integrity of the aquatic systems by providing desirable campsites away from sensitive locations. This project will allow us to continue providing visitors with a camping experience in a forested setting, which complements the opportunities provided by state and private campgrounds located closer to towns. It will allow us to keep providing accommodation to a wide range of visitors, including older and mobility impaired persons that enjoy using our accessible features, diverse families seeking safe entry-level activity for outdoor experiences, and lower income visitors that are priced out of alternative options. These sites provide an access point for many recreational pursuits such as climbing, biking, hiking, fishing, and nature viewing, and even serve as a setting for local schools to provide environmental education activities for their students. This project will not only fulfill the need to continue with daily operations, but will also address infrastructure repairs and improvements, which will help keep these sites operational long into the future. These images show a variety of backlog reduction activities that we completed just last summer, such as blowdown and graffiti removal, sign replacement, and fence repair, and the crews are eager to tackle more backlog projects in the future. Clean and well-maintained facilities are essential to forest visitors and the local recreation economy, which depends on them. Campground and trailhead maintenance work is foundational to the visitor experience, and it includes maintaining water systems, cleaning and repairing facilities, removing hazards such as dead and failure-prone trees, removing garbage, conducting regular patrols for security and visitor compliance, maintaining accessible facilities, and performing regular preventative maintenance on roads, outhouses, and drinking water systems. Visitors routinely leave comments, suggestions, and site-specific input to the services and facilities. Campground hosts and Forest Service employees interact with visitors to listen to suggestions, complaints, and compliments, and to answer questions. This project will enable the district to continue to seek and respond to visitor comments and input related to the facilities that they enjoy using, and also to meet the clear needs of visitors as established by prior feedback regarding the importance of well-maintained sites. Every recreation site in this project is located in a remote national forest setting, and all are predominantly natural. Most sites are located within mature forests, where most sights and sounds are natural. All rec sites are located on forest roads, many of which are gravel. Except for sites in the North Cascades corridor, all access roads are low speed with light traffic. Each campground is designed to provide vegetative screening and distance between the campsites and the roads to ensure a natural setting. The work proposed in this project has a broad base of support from individual visitors, camp host volunteers, and organizations that are part of the Methow Valley community and beyond, including local businesses, chambers of commerce, trails collaboratives, and more. We've received a flood of support letters from all kinds of partner organizations, only some of which are represented on this slide. The vast support is driven by the diversity of recreation provided by the Methow Valley, along with the recognition of the importance of these facilities for the local tourism economy. As one local business owner wrote, the recreation opportunities that these lands provide is the lifeblood to any recreation-based tourist town. The Forest Service recreational assets forms the basis of our current economy. In addition, we have a large volunteer program, 6 to 8 campground hosts each summer. Many of these hosts return year after year, and they collectively donate almost 7,000 hours per year. And lastly, we have great support directly from the users themselves. Campers frequently include notes with their fee envelopes offering suggestions and supports for our campground program, and many heartfelt thank you letters. The total cost of this project is a little over $218,000 annually, which translates to about $1.46 per visit. Our large campground volunteer program donates over $120,000 per year in volunteer labor. Combined with the NOVA funds, this allows the district to stretch the fee collection dollars to fully support maintenance at these sites. The local economy is heavily dependent on revenue generated by people recreating on the national forest. Data shows that visitors to Forest Service lands spend on average $28 per day, which generates millions of dollars for the local economy each year. Many of our campgrounds are located in riparian areas. Proper maintenance protects these sensitive areas while still allowing use. Most of these campgrounds are over 40 years old, but will remain open and in good repair for decades with consistent day-to-day maintenance and backlog maintenance reduction. Our long-term maintenance strategy will extend the useful life of our campgrounds and ensure they're available for many years to come. We maintain and operate these campgrounds to reduce pollution and other impacts to natural resources. For example, proper disposal of human waste protects groundwater resources, vegetation and hazard tree management helps prevent the spread of tree diseases, and strategic site placement and social engineering reduces erosion and vegetation loss in sensitive riparian areas. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I hope you will support this project, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Questions or comments from team members? We'll start with you, Randy.
Thank you, Marguerite. Nice presentation. Thank you. I've just got a question on your donated general labor. It is astronomically higher than any other group can provide out there. Sounds like it's mostly based on the camp hosts that you guys have in your campgrounds. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's correct. We have 7 hosts per year. 7 of our campgrounds are hosted sites. They each contribute 120 days per year over the course of 2 years.
Great, thank you.
Other questions? Well, hearing none, Zachary, it looks like you did a good job and made sure everybody understood your project. So thank you very much. We will look forward to sharing the scores with you next week.
Thanks a lot for your time.
We're going to stay in the Methow Valley. And who's presenting this project?
Marguerite, that's going to be myself, Rosemary Seyfried.
Oh, hi, Rosemary. How are you?
Should I try to see if this goes back and forth?
Yes, so double click first to get control. And then use your arrows to go back. Good job.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Reset my clock. So when you're ready, you may begin.
Okay, well, thanks, everybody. My name is Rosemary Seyfried. I'm the recreation staff for the Methow Valley Ranger District. And I might be joined by Joe Brown of the Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance as well, but we are presenting this project. As you just saw, Zach Winters highlighted where the district is located. We're in the north part of the Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest. The red star shows where this particular project is located. It's at Loop Loop Pass, which is the North Summit area between the Methow and the Okanagan valleys. So the goal of this project is to complete phase 2 of a development project that includes 49 miles of trails total for non-motorized users. This system will connect around a hub of trails as seen here in the southeast section of the map, which centers on the Loop Loop ski area, Loop Loop campground, and the North Summit horse camp. It also includes trail connections to the north. This 3-phase project will build on prior NOVA investments that include the North Summit Trails Planning Grant and the North Summit Horse Camp Development Grant. Phase 1, which is shown in blue on the map, includes 13 miles. This part of the project is underway right now, this year. It's currently funded by the Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance. Phase 2, which is the project I'm presenting on today and is shown in red on the map, will develop the heart of the trail system with 28 miles of trail. And then phase 3, which is yellow on the map, will be the remaining 8 miles of trail. The need for this project stems first from the Okanagan Forest Land and Resource Management Plan, which calls for enhancing recreation opportunities, including new trails in this area. The Forest Service planning also documented the following needs. First, the need to minimize hazards created by motorized and non-motorized users on the same roads. Second, the need to improve access, especially for communities east of Loop Loop Pass. And third, the need to accommodate multiple user groups in this area. There is a need based on community desires and strong interest from both the equestrian and biking communities who have long advocated for this. It was scoped with both the general public and the local tribes. And NOAA funds are a critical need to complete this vision because although phase 1 is being funded privately, it can't cover the full cost, nor do federal funds for a project of this scale. There is a need based on inventory issues. So this style of stacked loop trail is very popular because it provides multiple trail options for different abilities and interests, and it's accessible as a day trip. So this map shows similar systems as marked by blue stars, the closest of which is Chickadee, which is on the district and is one of the busiest and most popular trail systems on the district. And you can see from the map that there's very little serving the eastern side of the state. At the recent North Central Tourism Workshop on Outdoor Recreation, it highlighted the need to improve trail access and recreation opportunities to the eastern portion of Okanagan County, including towns like Omak and Brewster and the Colville Reservation. The workshop included chambers, businesses, local officials, tribal officials, and recreation providers, and all repeatedly noted that much more needs to be done to link recreation opportunities to the people on the east side of the state. Also, there is a need to provide better connectivity between existing sites like the campgrounds and ski area to the trail system. So currently there's sort of a patchwork system of roads and user-built trails that this project would help to overhaul. Just waiting for that slide to advance. Is anyone else seeing it advance? Try one more time.
Still not moving, Rosemary.
It's still not moving. Okay. Let me see if I can hit enter. But I'm still, you can still hear me? Sorry. Okay, thanks, Joe. Marguerite, any chance you could help advance the slides? I'm hitting my arrow keys and I'm stuck.
Sure, I will.
Thank you. See if it,
So let go of the mouse.
okay, I'm not touching it.
Okay, so now I'm going to go forward. Is that where you want to be, or you want to go?
This is the one I want to be on. Yes, thank you very much. I'll just say next and that will, sorry about that.
That works.
Thank
And
you.
you can move your mouse if you need to now.
Okay. So there is a need based on reaching underserved communities. So according to the latest census, 21% of Okanagan County is Hispanic and Latino, and 13% are Native American. These underserved communities overwhelmingly live on the eastern part of the county, and providing access to these areas is key. Although there is a need for there's also a need for access to beginner and family-friendly terrain that would serve a wider array of recreationists, such as mobility impaired or older users. And stock is one important way that these folks can access quality recreation. The current trails are mostly longer out and back, or they're more technical terrain, or they don't connect to anything of great interest, so they're only serving a narrow range of users. And lastly, there is a need for trails accessible in all seasons, including early or late season access. Next. Thank you. So this project would fulfill land manager needs by first enhancing recreation opportunities by creating a true recreation hub with layered trail options that extend outward from the center and help to link the facilities that are there rather than the current set of disconnected opportunities. Second, it would meet the need to improve safety by replacing 9 miles of road riding with trail and also providing many more improved alternatives to roads so that users don't have to share routes with motorists. And third, it would meet the need for multiple use trails by building a network of almost 28 miles that would become a destination for many types and skill levels of users. And then it also meets the need for local communities by following through on the long-term vision and community investments of volunteer time and cash in this area. Next. So this project fulfills the needs of the service area by providing access to an awesome network of trails that is 50% closer to underserved populations than the next closest system, which was Chickadee. So it goes from a 1-hour commute to about a 20-minute commute from the Okanagan Valley and the Colville Reservation to this site. And also this project is a really cool opportunity to link the unique assets like the North Summit Horse Camp or the Loop Ski Area to a huge network of trails, as was envisioned when the horse camp was built and when the planning for this project was funded via NOVA funds. As the Backcountry Horsemen noted in their support letter for this project, this will be, quote, a world-class place to camp, ride, and spend quality time with family and friends. Next. It is estimated that the area would serve upwards of 12,000 users annually once the project is complete. This project considered feedback from the key user groups to ensure we met their needs. This included Loop Ski Area's desire for family-friendly and beginner options. It included equestrian feedback to connect the horse camp to key places that they like to ride. And it included Evergreen's feedback on types of rides that bikers are looking for. This project fulfills the need to provide recreation opportunities to users of all ages and abilities by creating beginner-friendly options near to existing facilities and parking. The loop to design allows for all ages and experience levels and skill types to choose the trail options that best meet their needs. And by building more accessible trails that can be tackled in a day, it makes it ideal for those who don't have the time, the skill, or the mobility to access more remote backcountry sites. And lastly, the site fulfills the need for access due to its prime mid-elevation location, which is great for early and late season use. Next. The primary goal of the project design was to make best use of the site by knitting together the standalone features like the campground and the ski area, plus the existing hodgepodge of trails, and helped create a relevant and connected system that would serve multiple users. So the design considered current use patterns and it incorporated the places of greatest interest like viewpoints. We did retain existing trail segments that were working for the users, but in places where the grade was too steep or there wasn't good trail connections, then we added trail segments to complement. The design did look carefully at multiple use patterns and safety, and in some cases we separated the use. So for example, trails near the horse camp don't allow bike use, and certain trails that are designated for mountain bike descent, which is typically a higher speed, those don't allow for stock. Also, the project design considered options for a wide variety of user skill, fitness level, and experience, and how those different user types might commonly access the area, and then designed the trail layout to best reflect that. So whether you're just going to do a short ride with the kids on a beginner trail, or you want to get farther out to the technical terrain, then there's something here for everyone. The project design also protected the environment by avoiding sensitive habitat. For example, we moved most trails up and out of the riparian area, and in 2 cases, we planned for bridges so that we could reduce impacts from erosion or any impacts to aquatics. And then lastly, the design minimizes long-term maintenance needs by incorporating the best management practices, Forest Service trail standards, which include things like the appropriate grade, drainage, clearance, and so on. Next. So tearing off the site design plan, we've addressed sustainability and environmental stewardship in the following ways. First, as mentioned, we do avoid riparian areas, but also other sensitive wildlife habitat like open meadows and ridgetops, and the project does not remove any large trees. We're also restoring and reseeding up to 2 miles of user-built trails and any extra bare areas so that we can help control weeds and erosion. Also, this project promotes social and economic stability for the Loop Loop ski area. So as climate change and economic realities shift, it's clear that ski areas need to adapt. And diversifying beyond winter-only operations is a key goal for the Loop Loop ski area, which has very important impacts for the local economy and tourism. And our partners are invested in long-term stewardship and maintenance. Evergreen is the lead partner, and they have a great record of maintaining similar trails on the district and working with other partners and volunteers to get the job done. Next. This project is ready to go. The environmental clearances are done, including NEPA, Section 106, all federal permitting requirements. Phase 1 is underway, and so this project would fall right in line behind that, which we're hoping that it does. We have an existing agreement with Evergreen, and we regularly use formal cost share agreements to get the work done with them and other partners. And Evergreen has the labor force, equipment, and support needed to mobilize volunteers, as do our other partners at the Loop and the Backcountry Horsemen. We'd begin in spring of 24 with segments coming online as they're done, and with the trails fully open by fall of 25. Next. The predominant user experience will be in the natural environment. Once you leave the main parking areas, there are miles of trail passing through nothing but forest, with views such as this that you can see from one of the viewpoints of the mature Western Larch, and that inset is a view as you ride across the current Loop ski area. Next. Our primary partners, shown here, have demonstrated their support in the form of volunteer labor and cash, including over $124,000 to fund phase 1 and matching funds in phase 2 of almost $113,000. Next. And many other partners wrote in support of the project, including some that you see here and some other quotes, but it was organizations such as equestrian events, trail partners, cities, local businesses, health organizations, and officials. And as mentioned in the last presentation, businesses see recreation as the lifeblood of this area, and so they're often very supportive because their livelihood is often linked to that. Next. The total project cost is just shy of $334,000 with a 40% match provided. It builds on prior investments in the area as funded by earlier NOVA grants, as well as partner funding. The economic benefits are very well documented and many. The article shown here highlights how trail projects can help areas like this that once depended on resource extraction to help diversify their economy. So one study noted that Americans spend more on biking gear and trips than they do on airplane tickets each year. Another article noted that high quality recreation and livable communities attract skilled workers, and this has a ripple effect on the rest of the economy. So the relatively cheap cost for professionally built trails has tremendous economic benefits in return. Also, studies have documented the physical, mental, cognitive, and social benefits of trails, and also highlighted that in rural counties like this, citizens face higher rates of illness with limited access to medical care, and so contact with nature is an important source of well-being. And I do have citations for that if you need. The budget was developed by Evergreen project managers as well as the Forest Service staff who worked on similar scale trail developments together. And of course, we can't forget the tremendous benefit of community stewardship and volunteerism, which the Met How has a long history of getting things done this way, which is awesome. And thank you. Next, the last slide. I appreciate your time. Sorry for the glitches, but I'm happy to answer any questions. And Joe Brown, who's the chapter president of the Met How Valley Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance, is here as well if folks have questions about it.
Okay, this project went over just a little bit. So are there questions or comments from advisors? Andrea, go ahead.
Thanks. Thank you for that presentation, Rosemary. I'm just curious, it seems like your cost is incredibly efficient. 28 miles and $333,000 seems like a screaming deal. I was just wondering if you could say more about your per mile budget.
And I'll also, we worked on this with Evergreen, and I do know that it was $13,000 a mile, which I was looking up other statistics, and that is on the low end. It does include volunteer labor. And Joe, do you have anything on the budget that you want to add?
Yeah, just it's a good question, one that we get a lot, because if you compare what we do here on the eastern slope of the Cascades versus the western side, our cost per mile are significantly lower. So, for example, the Chickadee project that Rosemary referenced over at Sun Mountain, we were between 8,000 and 10,000 a mile for that entire project of 24 miles. So we feel pretty confident about what those numbers will be given the soil type and the vegetation.
And we don't have to clear a lot, Andrea, either. That's another thing. We do there's just not as many trees. That might be another factor. But thanks, Joe, for adding that.
Yep.
Other questions or comments? Hearing none, thank you very much, Rosemary.
Thank you very much.
We hope to be able to provide you with the results next week.
Thank you.
So now we're going to go back to a maintenance project. And who's presenting this one?
Good afternoon. Landon Decker here from the Met How Valley Ranger District. I'll be presenting.
Hi, Landon. So Landon, why don't you double click to see if you have control? Love this photo. Okay. Then use your back arrow to go back. Good job. I'm giving the team members just another minute here.
Yep, seems to be working.
Okay, I have reset my clock, so you may begin.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Landon Decker, and I am the Trails Manager for the Met How Valley Ranger District on the Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest. I'm delighted to be here representing the U.S. Forest Service and presenting this NOVA non-motorized grant proposal in support of trail maintenance on the district. The intent of this project is to fund a full-time seasonal trail crew of 4 and pack support to maintain 347 miles of priority trails over 2 seasons on the Met How Valley Ranger District. This work will be matched by over 1,000 hours of volunteer time through our dedicated partners. Trail work will focus on logout, tread, drainage, brushing, and trail infrastructure maintenance. Both partner and crew work will be supported by our stock program. Logout maintenance will be prioritized for access and to provide a wide range of recreational opportunities for trail users. Other types of work will be performed as time, priorities, and funding allows. Improved public safety and resource protection will be achieved through trail maintenance tasks. The Methow Valley Ranger District is located in north central Washington on the eastern slopes of the North Cascades Mountains in Okanogan County. On the map, the totality of the Okanogan-Wenatchee National Forest is shown in dark green. The Methow Valley Ranger District is outlined in red. The project location takes place on system trails within the Methow Valley Ranger District and is divided into two sections, north and south. The 347 miles of trail associated with this project are shown in pink on the maps. The trails in the project are the highest priority trails on the district and are unique from our other trail-related grant requests associated with deferred maintenance, trail development, and motorized trails. The north area of the project includes the Pasayten Wilderness, the Pacific Crest Trail, and the Pacific Northwest Trail, and trails in the North Cascades Scenic Corridor. This map shows the southern area of the project, including the popular multi-use Chickadee Trail system, the Twist River drainage, and trails that access the Lake Chelan Sawtooth Wilderness and North Cascades National Park. This project addresses our need to comply with Forest Service policy and the Okanogan National Forest Land and Resource Management Plan that both include standards and guidelines used to plan and implement the management of the district's trail system, and to adhere to the National Forest System Trail Stewardship Act of 2016, which designated the Methow Valley Ranger District as the #2 National Forest System Trail Maintenance Priority Area in the entire country. The Forest Plan states that we will encourage, establish, and sustain a diverse and balanced spectrum of quality recreation opportunities, services, and facilities, and that will do so in partnership with outdoor recreation and use groups. Leveraging NOVA funds with Forest Service funds is critical to keeping trails maintained, open, and safe for public access, while also ensuring natural resources are protected. Currently, federally appropriated funds do not meet the required amount needed to adequately perform trail maintenance on the 1,100 miles of system trails. The district needs NOVA funding to successfully continue maintaining trails. If this need for critical funding is not met, the district faces a serious threat of reduced recreational access and decreased public safety for trail users. Each year, heavy rain and snow loads, wind, high water, and natural events such as wildfire or storms contribute to downfallen trees, trail washouts, bridge failures, and other issues that block or greatly reduce access. The district had received NOVA funds for trail maintenance for almost 2 decades. This has significantly contributed to the district's success at maintaining and opening trails annually through a combination of paid Forest Service crews and volunteer labor. Volunteer support has and will continue to play a very important role in trail maintenance efforts, but with such a remote trail system on the district, there are limitations to how many miles of trails can be maintained or even accessed by volunteers. We estimate that without RCO funding for Forest Service trail crews, less than 100 miles of trails on the district would be maintained annually. North Cascades National Park is located to the west of the Methow Valley Ranger District and provides many similar recreational opportunities. However, there are some important differences between the two areas. In the park, recreational use and activities are generally more restrictively managed. This is especially true regarding backcountry camping, pets, stock use, hunting, and mountain bike use. In contrast, the Methow Valley Ranger District offers different and less regulated opportunities, allowing for more personal choice by visitors in how, when, and where they choose to recreate. To preserve this broad spectrum of recreational choices, there is the need to ensure that these trail use opportunities and levels of trail maintenance continue to be available on the Methow Valley Ranger District. Frequent trail maintenance is needed to continue providing access and disperse trail users looking for a unique recreational experience. This project encompasses several notable experiences, including 2 national scenic trails. Long distance through hiking experiences are an opportunity that attracts national and international visitors seeking the ultimate challenge of long distance foot or horse travel. The Pacific Northwest Trail traverses the district west to east, and the Pacific Crest Trail from the south to the north, where the PCT meets the northern terminus of the 2,600-mile trail from Mexico to Canada. The Pasayten and Lake Chelan Sawtooth Wildernesses. At 531,000 acres, the Pasayten is the largest wilderness in Washington state. The wildernesses are unique in that they offer many trail opportunities, including several multi-day loops for foot or stock travel to very scenic and remote destinations. Both are also renowned for their high hunt, which offers hunters a truly wild and unique backcountry experience. The North Cascades Scenic Highway Corridor. The corridor is a hub for trail enthusiasts to enjoy several day hikes to alpine lakes, scenic viewpoints, mountain passes, and fall foliage larch viewing. Trails include the PCT and the very popular Heather Maple Pass Trail. Mountain biking trails. There are a range of trails from easy access to expert and several backcountry routes that offer a challenging level of riding that entices riders from near and far. This project is needed to allow the district to continue to address annual logout and reduce backlog trail maintenance. Nearly half of the district's trail system has some element of backlog maintenance needs. Thanks to past NOVA funding, we have been able to log out most trails, but resources have been limited to help address other backlog maintenance needs such as tread. This has been exacerbated by the past 20 years of large wildfires on the Ranger District. Addressing the significant maintenance backlog now will help prevent further degradation of trails and trail infrastructure and reduce safety hazards by performing bridge replacements, drainage, rock removal, turnpike construction, and brushing work. This project is needed to maintain current levels of accessible opportunities for mobility impaired visitors, families with young children, or entry-level hikers. The Rainy Lake Trail is accessed from the North Cascades Highway Corridor and offers 1.2 miles of accessible trail to a scenic lake destination. The logout and maintenance on the remainder of the trails in the district increases accessibility for stock users, hikers, and mountain bikers. Trailhead registration data and research shows an estimated 125,000 recreationists visit the project area annually. Visitor use data also shows that over 55% of these visitors to the area travel over 100 miles to get here, indicating that the project area is a highly sought after recreation destination. Okanogan County has the most federally managed land by acreage of any county in Washington state, with the Forest Service managing about 1.5 million acres. To meet locals and visitors' desires to use national forest lands and trails, we need to continue a high level of trail maintenance on the district. This project will offer diverse trail-related recreational opportunities to national forest visitors of all demographics and abilities, including for locals who live in an area of the state with one of the lowest median incomes in Washington. Lower income communities are traditionally underserved, and this project aims to continue offering universal access to trails no matter one's economic status. Funding for this project will help fulfill the goal of hiring a crew and working with volunteers and partners to maintain system trails as mandated by Forest Service policy and the Forest Management Plan. Logging out trails and providing access will ensure that a wide variety of recreational opportunities continue to exist for all user groups. Improved public safety meets the Forest Service mission of caring for the land and serving people. Frequent trail maintenance is crucial to maintaining natural conditions and for protection of all resources, as seen here. This project will restore and maintain access to trails used by hikers, backpackers, equestrians, and mountain bikers. It will continue to provide opportunities for visitors traveling to the area as well as locals. This project will provide access to help meet the needs of underserved user groups, including maintaining our accessible trails and maintaining trail access for people in a lower income area of the state. This project includes public involvement and feedback. Our district staff regularly meet with the Methow Valley Trails Collaborative, which is comprised of other land management agencies, local businesses, partners, and community volunteers. Working together to discuss respective interests, concerns, plans, and trail priorities have all elevated the mutual understanding of one another and immensely improved trail users' experience in the Methow Valley. All trails included in the project area are on national forest lands in the beautiful and wild landscapes of the North Cascade Mountains. Over half the project area lies within federally designated wilderness. This project has great support from a variety of local, regional, and nationwide partners. Letters of project support come from 21 partner organizations, local businesses, law enforcement, community members, and climbing clubs. Support comes through donated volunteer labor, partner work, donation of materials and supplies, donation of direct funds, project planning, supervision, and unwavering encouragement. One common ethos between all the groups is the shared desire for a sustainable, safe, and a well-maintained trail system for all to enjoy. This project offers many positive cost benefits. Working with partners, volunteer groups, youth groups, and interns provides a benefit for people to get involved and engage with their community. Participants involved in outdoor recreation activities are likely to experience improvements to their health and well-being. The environment will benefit from trail maintenance by reducing human impacts, soil displacement, water quality issues, and preserving natural conditions. Average logout maintenance costs about $300 per mile, while full trail maintenance costs are about $1,200 per mile. Total reconstruction costs can be tens of thousands of dollars per mile, depending on complexity. This clearly shows the cost-effective benefit of maintaining existing trails and infrastructure versus attempting to perform deferred or total reconstruction maintenance. The district has a strong track record for project budgeting and accurate cost assessments. This project will benefit and provide stability for local businesses and outfitters that rely heavily on outdoor recreation tourism. Stewardship opportunities organized by partners and the Forest Service encourage youth volunteers and paid staff to take an active role in conservation and stewardship of our public lands, helping create future leaders to carry out the Forest Service mission to sustain the health, diversity, and productivity of the nation's forests to meet the needs of present and future generations. Thank you for your time and attention. We hope you'll support this project. Rosemary and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
So questions or comments from team members? And we'll start with you, Gary.
Oh, thank you. And I just wanted to say a great job on working with volunteers and all on that new footlog at Eureka Creek. And I'm curious about if you have a plan as part of this project to do anything with the crossing at Canyon Creek.
Yes, we do have a plan for that through the Great American Outdoor Act, but not necessarily at this time with the project or with this project. But we are working on plans to do that in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments from team members? Nancy, you're up next.
Just a quick comment. I really appreciate the cost benefit of all of these projects. It's really impressive, especially on this one, considering half the mileage is in the wilderness, and what they're able to do with cost per mile is impressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Crystal.
Just kind of piling on with Nancy's comments there, I can just really see the volunteer collaboration that you guys have with all of these grants for Methow Valley. And I just really appreciate seeing that cooperation with the agency and the user groups. And you can see that they're a big part of your accomplishments and your future. And so thank you for making them part of your process.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you, Crystal. Any other comments from team members? Well, hearing none, thank you very much, Landon. We hope to share the results with you next week.
Okay, great. I'll also be presenting the next grant as well.
Okay, then that makes it a little bit easier. So team members, why don't you take a break? We start up with our next project at 20 after. Enjoy your break time. I'm just giving everyone a minute to get back from that break. Hopefully it gave you just the right amount of time needed. Landon is here. And Landon, I've turned the control of the mouse over to you. So double check, make sure you can go forward and back. Good. And then you were just a little bit over on your time last time around, so you might want to pick up the pace for this one. I have my timer already, so you may begin.
Okay. This next project on the Methow Valley Ranger District is for motorized trail maintenance in the NOVA off-road vehicle grant category. The Methow Valley Ranger District will use this funding to maintain about 46 miles of multi-use trails in the Sawtooth Backcountry and the Lightning Beaver Creek drainages. The grant will fund a full-time seasonal trail crew of 2 and pack stock support and will be matched by volunteers from the Northwest Motorcycle Association and other partner groups. Trail maintenance will include tread, drainage, log out, construction of 2 trail bridges, and 5 miles of deferred maintenance. On the map, the totality of the Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest is shown in dark green. The Methow Valley Ranger District is outlined in red. The district's 2 areas of single-track motorcycle trails are located near the towns of Winthrop and Twisp, as shown by the red stars on the map. Shown here is the Lightning Creek Beaver Project area, just outside the town of Winthrop. Trails associated with the project are highlighted in orange. This area is popular for a 16.5-mile trail ride opportunity, which also connects to the Beaver Meadows area trails. Forest roads are utilized by trail users to make loops and to connect more riding opportunities here. The Sawtooth Backcountry is a 30-mile network of motorized trails just southwest of the town of Twisp. These trails span the Sawtooth Crest and connect over to the Chelan Ranger District for some loop rides in stunning mountainous terrain. This area also features several high mountain lakes, backcountry camping, and is a popular riding destination. This project addresses our need to comply with Forest Service policy and the Okanagan National Forest Land and Resource Management Plan that both include standards and guidelines used to plan and implement the management of the district's trail system. As I said before, the district was designated as the #2 National Forest System trail maintenance priority area in the entire country. The forest plan states, and we will encourage, establish, and sustain a diverse and balanced spectrum of quality recreational opportunities, services, and facilities that will do so in partnership with outdoor recreation and use groups. There is a continued gap between appropriated federal funds and the amount needed to adequately perform trail maintenance on system trails. This has created a major backlog of deferred maintenance on the district trails. While we normally have good volunteer support to assist with trail logout on motorized trails, the tread and drainage needs often go unaddressed, sometimes for many years at a time. Replacing bridges is often an unfunded need that taps out the limited district resources. Without these funds, we'll continue to see deteriorating tread, drainage issues, and resource damage to sensitive riparian areas without bridge construction. The district currently does not have sufficient funds to meet these needs. There are some motorized trail opportunities on state and forest service lands to the east and south, as seen on the map here. Lightning Beaver and the Sawtooth Backcountry are outlined in red and are the only options in the Methow Valley. The Tonasket Ranger District of the Colville National Forest has 24 miles of motorcycle trails and 11 miles of ATV trails. These are located a little farther to the north and are a bit of a longer drive for some. Other opportunities exist further to the south on the Chelan and Entiat Ranger districts. Overall, the opportunities for motorized riding are limited in this area. Of the nearly 1,100 miles of trails on the Methow Valley Ranger District, just 58 miles are open to motorcycle use, such as the popular Foggy Dew and Martin Creek trails in the Sawtooth Backcountry. These areas are especially attractive to motorized riders because they provide a remote and mountainous location to ride, often with stunning backcountry scenery and spectacular fall larch foliage. Recreationists can challenge their riding skills and also have a very different type of experience on these trails, and as such is a unique and sought after experience. This project is needed to allow the district to continue to address annual maintenance needs and reduce backlog trail maintenance. Thanks to past NOVA funding, we have been able to keep up on log out of the project area trails, but resources have been more limited to help address other backlog maintenance tasks such as tread, drainage, brushing, and bridge construction. Based on trailhead user data, it is estimated that up to 12,500 user days per year are accounted for in the project area and offer opportunities for motorcyclists, hikers, horseback riders, and mountain bikers. Visitors are looking for a more diverse recreational experience, and these trails provide an opportunity to add to their range of options that they can experience on the national forest in our area. The 2020 Economic Analysis of Outdoor Recreation in Washington State indicated that over 118,000 motorcycle riders spent over 1.4 million user days on trail riding in particular, and shows that riders come from all around the state to participate in trail riding opportunities like the ones on the Methow Valley Ranger District. This project will help to meet our goals of managing trails according to Forest Service policy and the Forest Management Plan. Receiving much needed grant funding, the Ranger District will be able to work to maintain to standard our motorized multiple use trails using 2 grant funded employees and volunteer labor and time from our partners. We will also fund a new dirt bike, chainsaws, tread work tools, and materials to replace 2 bridges. This project will meet the needs of the service area and fulfill the need to support underserved users. There are limited opportunities for motorized use on the Methow Valley Ranger District's trail system. The work funded by this grant will improve the experience for a user group that has limited access to trails in this region. Seen here is bridge construction progress from Lightning Creek in 2022. Our pack string is an integral tool for completing bridge projects on motorized trails. Deferred trail maintenance will be greatly improved by the addition of supplies, equipment, and seasonal trail workers to facilitate the much needed repairs and routine maintenance to the district's motorized trail system. We have considered the input of trail users and partners when putting together this proposal. The 2 bridges we plan to construct for the project are based off feedback we gathered from our partners at the Northwest Motorcycle Association. We work regularly with these groups to consider their needs and to work together on trail projects. Motorized trail maintenance has been strongly supported by the local community and is recognized as a critical part of the recreation infrastructure of the Methow Valley. Many businesses rely on recreationists for tourism dollars. 14 letters of support for this project have been received from key partners, community services, local businesses, and citizens. The support letter from the Coulee Riders of the Northwest Motorcycle Association said, paid trail crew employees would be able to organize and carry through the larger projects like turnpike construction and bridge maintenance. Volunteer time would be greatly enhanced with the continuity that could be added. In addition, Northwest Motorcycle Association and Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance have committed to about 900 hours of volunteer labor over 2 years to support this project. The cost of this project is about $75,000 per year. Volunteer labor provides about 450 hours or $8,000 per year. Full trail maintenance costs are approximately $1,200 per mile. The benefit of conducting trail work to maintain the existing trail infrastructure while the trail is still viable is more cost effective than trying to reconstruct trails after significant damage has occurred or the trail has been lost entirely. Included in the cost of this project is $21,000 to construct 2 trail bridges in sensitive riparian areas. This includes $6,000 for bridge materials, $3,000 for stock support to transport the decking and hardware, and $12,000 for force account and volunteer labor to build the bridges. An important cost benefit will be the use of volunteer labor and partner support to help accomplish the work. The Northwest Motorcycle Association and Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance have expressed the ability to help with this project. We've determined that a proposal that uses a combination of paid Forest Service crew in conjunction with volunteer crews is the best way to meet the maintenance objectives for this project and will be the most cost effective. The district has a long history of receiving RCO funds and appropriately budgeting for projects. Community and sustainability. This project will provide benefits to the local communities of the Methow Valley. The valley economy is dependent on the tourism industry, and providing recreation opportunities is a major part of the popularity of the Methow Valley. This project will benefit net opportunities for recreation in the area. There are several opportunities for non-motorized recreation in the valley. Maintaining the motorized trails will encourage motorized users to visit the area and bolster the economy as well. Maintaining trails to standard also provides an environmental benefit, most especially by reducing erosion and water runoff. Building the two bridges will have a tremendous benefit to aquatic and riparian areas since right now riders are forced to ride through the creek in wet areas, which causes significant erosion and degradation to the stream channel. Thank you to the advisory committee and RCO for your time and attention. We hope that you will support this project, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Landon. Questions or comments from the team members about this project? Nancy, do you have a question?
I do. As I'm going through the metrics here, you guys are only purchasing one dirt bike. Do you guys already have possession of a second?
Yep, we already have other dirt bikes, that one of which was purchased through past grant funding.
Okay. So that'll accommodate everybody on your crew.
Yep.
Perfect.
Other questions, Bryant?
Hi, Landon, nice job. Quick question. I've done some of this myself. We've had the horse folks and motorized, trying to mix them. I'm just curious about your experience using the horses or the stock on motorized trails. If you guys had a discussion about purchasing a UTVs or something like that, maybe instead of the horses. Not that it doesn't work. I'm just curious what discussions you've had.
Yeah, so for this grant, we have no plan to purchase horses. We'll just be using our stock to carry in the lumber. There's no other way to get that lumber in there to the bridges besides by stock, because it's single track trail. So it's a really neat thing we have going on here to be able to utilize our stock program for motorized trail projects. And we have received very awesome support from motorized trail groups for this.
Yeah, it's unique. I think that's pretty cool. So it's your staff that'll be basically operating the stock.
Yep. And so we requested, I think 10 days over 2 years of pack support for the bridges. And that'll be our district packer staff that support our trail program to get the project done.
Awesome.
Thank you. Next up is Kathy.
Hi there, Landon. That was a great presentation, and I represent the horsemanship community. I had a question about your tread material on the bridges. What's the preliminary plan? Are you going to use the U.S. Forest Service guidelines on that, or?
Yes, we have standard drawings that are made by our engineers at the forest level, and we'll use those. So they are both motorized and stock rated for the bridges.
All right.
So yeah,
and just in years past, have they been aggregate, or what's the typical materials? The rough
we
cut
use
wood?
Yeah, exactly. We use dimensional lumber, try to get it as big as we can. Luckily, we have the stock to pack it in there to promote longevity of the bridges.
All right. Yeah, because it's always being too slippery is always a concern.
Yeah, and as a stock user and a motorized user, I'm always looking out for that. With the roughs on is not as slippery for the stock, so that's usually what we use, and it's just fine for the dirt bikers as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Crystal, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just again, touching on I'm seeing in the letters of support, that your non-motorized folks are supporting your motorized and your motorized folks are supporting your non-motorized grants. Again, we just really love to see that. It's a nice, healthy representation of a cooperating recreation entity. So again, great presentation and thank you.
Thank you.
Gary.
Yeah, I just have a question about the extent of mountain bike use on your motorized trails now. Do you have an idea of what the percentage of that is these days? Because obviously they're all benefiting also from the this project.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have seen a great increase, especially in the Sawtooth backcountry. It's a very popular, unique mountain riding opportunity where you can go up to high alpine lakes, like seen in this picture. In 2021, there was a race held by the Trans-Cascadia here on the district in the Sawtooth backcountry with professional riders. So it's a very awesome opportunity for that as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Landon.
Thank you.
Are you done for today?
I'm all done. I'm gonna go drink some water. Thank you.
All right, thanks much. We hope to share the scores with you next week.
I appreciate it.
Okay, Ferry County is up next. So Landon, don't touch the mouse for a minute.
Oh, sorry.
I forgot to take back control. Okay, now you can do it.
Thank you.
All right. Eagle Track. And who's presenting? Is that you, Sarah?
So it's actually going to be myself and then Jason Pesca here with Eagle Track Promotions.
Okay. Are you turning on your camera? There you are. I see you.
There we go.
There you go. You've got a whole little team there.
Yeah, cozy.
Yeah. All right, then I'm going to turn the mouse control over to you folks. And I'm going to ask you to double click first to see if you have control.
Okay.
And then see, can you move your slide forward and then move backwards? Okay. And I am resetting my timer to your 12 minutes.
Okay.
I'm giving the team just a minute to finish scoring the last project. And I think you are bringing forward a development project. So when you folks are ready, you may begin.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Pesca. I am the Director of Eagle Track Promotions. I have our accountant, Angela Menike, with me, as well as Sarah Reevely, the Ferry County Grant Administrator. We are pleased to present our Eagle Track Raceway improvement projects in partnership with Ferry County. What is the need? Eagle Track Raceway in Republic, Washington needs a complete overhaul. For decades, this facility has been drastically underutilized. Our intention is to transition the site to an all-events center. We plan to continue to hold the traditional motorsports events. However, we are aware of the need for all members of our community to have a place to enjoy. We have done our research and found that people want different types of outdoor activities. Ferry County does not currently have outdoor motorsports options. We intend to set the standard for growth and increased revenue. This facility is perfect for many off-road, festival, concert, and drive-in theater events. We have spent the last 14 months assessing the greatest needs. Our philosophy is to bring inexpensive entertainment options to our community. We will offer clean, family-friendly entertainment. We want to offer different options depending on the season. Ferry County needs the economic impact during the winter months. We plan to offer a 4-race series during the winter of 2024. We are adding off-road vehicles to our events. Side-by-sides, dirt bikes, and ATVs will be added to our schedule on an exhibition basis while we calculate the best way to incorporate them into our program. Across America, people want interactive style events. We can offer this in a controlled environment. We have strict safety standards and a family-friendly vision. We have an ideal setup for this type of event. We offer camping next door to our south. We have the gun club to the north. With proper planning and management, we can offer many options to fill our campgrounds. We can also fill the hotels in town. We don't schedule on top of other local events. Even though our events are small, we have a vision for growth. With these upgrades and improvements, we can bring this facility up to date. Our goal is to offer great entertainment for a reasonable price to both locals and travelers. Need fulfillment. Our intent is to become a destination for events. People will travel to Ferry County because it will be clean, fresh, and offering events that off-road enthusiasts demand. Stadium lights will increase our available hours of operation. We will also have a better chance of visitors staying overnight if our events are held in the evening. Safety is a big concern anytime motorized vehicles are involved. So upgrading our retaining walls and catch fencing have multiple advantages. First and foremost, our competitors and fans will remain safe. Drilling a deep water well on site is important to the success of future events. We need water for course or track preparation. We also need water for our concession stands and future restrooms. The addition of brick and mortar restrooms offers patrons a clean, private structure that also saves money over the rental of porta potties. Even though our playgrounds don't fulfill safety or financial concerns, they are important to the success of Eagle Track Raceway. Our commitment to family-friendly entertainment will be obvious with the addition of a safe space for children to interact during our events. The above projects will set the stage for greatness at Eagle Track Raceway. If you build it, they will come. We believe this is true for Eagle Track and Ferry County. Ferry County desperately needs a family-friendly entertainment option. Site suitability. We currently have a long-term lease with Ferry County. We also have lease extensions in place to execute this plan. We understand the scope of these projects and the length of time it might take to complete them. The site is situated in a secluded area about a half-mile south of the junction of Highway 20 and 21. This private setting with spectacular views of Gibraltar Mountain, along with access to ORV trails, make this a prime location for all ORV activities. We have the ORV campground to our south and the Republic Gun Club to our north. We consider this facility a diamond in the rough. We can strategically improve areas of the facility in phases. We have tried to consider the future and planned ahead with regard to earthwork and trenching to only do these one time. It has the right location, the right size, amenities, now the right people to perform the duties. Project design. We have spent the last 5 years as active members of Eagle Track Raceway. In 2020, we took on a leadership role. In 2022, we were able to secure the lease through our nonprofit Eagle Track Promotions. We have been planning and designing these projects since 2017. We have met with current and past members of the facility. We have also discussed the need for an event center of this type with local business owners and community leaders. We have taken notes and continue to hone the design to get the best possible outcome that will extend to the greatest number of people. We have 30 years of experience in motorsports. We travel the country going to different facilities like Eagle Track Raceway. We are also members of WARPA. That's the Western Auto Race Promoters Association. This association holds annual meetings and works with all West Coast facilities year-round. We believe we know what makes for a successful event center. Eagle Track Raceway needs infrastructure, so that is our focus. Once we complete the much-needed infrastructure, we will shift our focus to equipment, then begin offering larger events. Sustainability. We have carefully considered the impact to our community and neighbors. We are conscientious of the surrounding area. We have purposely designed these projects to not extend outside of a small area around the track or courses. Due to the remote nature of our location, there will be very little impact on the community or our direct neighbors. As for the landscape, we are committed to creating green space and beautifying the entire facility. We want the community to see Eagle Track Raceway as an asset, not an eyesore. It is a huge benefit that our location includes access to the ORV trailheads and a campground. The future looks very promising. As for the social benefits, we are focused on offering a family-friendly venue. We want locals and tourists to come together and enjoy all of our events. Readiness to proceed. We can begin as soon as the rules of the grant allow. We have multiple contractors in place to perform each task as a part of our entire project management calendar. The top 4 projects based on importance are all shovel ready. MBH Electrical, Hetland Electric, and Ferry County PUD will do the work for the Stadium Light project. During that project, we will utilize earthwork portions of the project to set up future projects. We have a quote for a deep water well from Fogle Pump to drill the well and set the pump. They have agreed to put us on the schedule as soon as we acquire the funding. MBH Electrical is going to trench and run power to the well site. We have Stotts Construction and TJ Larson Construction ready to begin both brick and mortar restrooms. A set of detailed drawings have been done. As of February 25th, 2023, there are no delays in materials or fixtures. We have TJ Larson Construction ready to level the areas set aside for both playgrounds. Buell Recreation has quoted this project. They advised us they can deliver and set up the playgrounds within 120 days of funding. Catch fence, retaining wall, and security fencing will be performed by local contractors. We have not yet received any bids for the work, but we have contractors in the area that have the skills to do this type of work. We intend to move our existing bleachers closer to the action after the new catch fence is in place. We need to repair and maintain the bleachers as well. Project support. We have received a tremendous amount of support from our community. We have received feedback from business owners and community leaders. The consensus from them is to keep it up. We have great support from our participants and fans as well. Eagle Track Raceway has brought back sprint car racing and snowmobile racing. For the first time ever, we have introduced a mud bog to our schedule. These events feature off-road vehicles of all shapes and sizes, including side-by-sides and ATVs. Our donation base has increased, which we see as a sign of success. We constantly hear thank you and we are proud of you. Attendance numbers are also on the rise. Cost benefit. Yes, all of the above shovel-ready projects are capital investments in Republic, Washington, and Ferry County. Each of the completed projects will make an impact on the revenue stream in our community for generations to come. We have carefully chosen these because they all offer many years of payback. It's not just a one-time return on the investment. We will continue to see an increase in tourism and revenue after each event we offer. Our focus is the off-road market for a reason. We see the explosion of growth in this area, whether it is a side-by-side, an ATV, a dirt bike, or a snowmobile. Eastern Washington residents own them. We are giving them a facility to safely enjoy their passion. With our proximity to the ORV trails and camping, Eagle Track Raceway will be the hub for off-road sports. Thank you for considering Eagle Track Raceway.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments from team members? And we will start with you, Crystal.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. This is an interesting area out there. I didn't even know this park existed, so thank you for bringing it back to life. I'm curious about the ownership of the property. Who owns the actual land, and explain to me if there's a lease involved, how that plays out.
So it's a 52-acre parcel that belongs to Ferry County. And we have worked with Eagle Track Promotions over the last couple of years to extend their lease because they're taking the lead on the actual development of improving the grounds, but it is currently owned in perpetuity by the county.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Hearing none, thank you folks very much. We hope to be able to share the results with you sometime next week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to move down the road a little bit and stop off at something a little more familiar. Jamie, are you the presenter for this one?
I am.
Great.
You guys are a little ahead of schedule today.
You know?
Oh, right on time, actually, huh?
We are just getting the work done today, that's all. Okay, so I'm going to give remote control to you.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you if you'll double click to make sure you have control. Okay, and use your arrow keys to go back.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. And I'm giving team members just a minute. Now, I have reset my clock, so you may begin.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present this project located at the Airway Heights ORV Park. My name is Jamie Kelly, and I am a project manager with the Spokane County Parks, Recreation, and Golf. This is project number 22-2081, which would fund phase 1 improvements at the Airway Heights ORV Park. So an RCO funded master plan, which was project 18-2322, was completed in 2021 that outlined a phased approach to improvements at the park. The master plan recommends focusing on strategic, fiscal, and operational needs as a prerequisite to spatial and programmatic decisions. The proposed phase 1 improvements include realign and pave a third of a mile of the entrance road, set the entrance gate back from the public roadway, a new main entrance monument sign, landscaping, and lighting. Our grant request today is $336,320 with $5,900 in non-governmental match and $200,000 of county matching funds for a total project cost of $542,220. So Spokane County, shown here in teal, is located on the eastern border of Washington. The Airway Heights ORV Park is located approximately 9 miles west of downtown Spokane. The city of Spokane has a population of approximately 456,000 people, while Spokane County has a population of approximately 546,000 people. As previously mentioned, the RCO funded master plan was completed in 2021. A comprehensive site assessment of the park was completed to inform and complement the master plan. This site assessment was conducted by RecConnect, a company that specializes in the management of off-highway vehicle trails and trail systems. Public outreach efforts for the master plan was achieved using stakeholder interviews and online questionnaires, which generated more than 1,000 responses. The master plan was reviewed and approved by the Spokane County Parks Advisory Committee and adopted by the Spokane County Board of County Commissioners. So this table from the master plan outlines recommended phase 1 improvements at the park, and the highlighted yellow recommendations represents the current project. These previously mentioned improvements include a new automated gate, eliminating the need to staff a booth, xeriscape landscape treatment, and renovating and widening the access drive to better accommodate towable trailers and RVs. This map from the master plan shows the motocross racer hometown distribution from 2018. You can see here that the park draws racers from all across Washington and beyond. So here's a photo collage of existing and future uses at the park. Existing uses include the motocross, which is the main draw. flat track racing, skills training, and an RV park. Future uses planned include but are not limited to side-by-side BMX and RC tracks and a bicycle pump track. Basically something for everyone and activities to bring people together during downtime at race events. Here we have a map of motocross tracks and ORV trails in Washington. When comparing ORV riding areas, it is important to distinguish between trail riding and motocross racing sites. The closest ORV park with similar amenities to Airway Heights is Horn Rapids Motorsports Complex, which is approximately 150 miles away in the Tri-Cities. There is a motocross track in Wilbur, Washington, approximately an hour away, but this is a much smaller, unimproved facility. Washington State Parks has a 7-mile ORV park, and Spokane County ORV Park in Liberty Lake are both nearby, but these are strictly trail riding areas and do not provide the same amenities that Airway Heights does. So these are some pictures from an event day. The Airway Heights ORV Park is a regional attraction for motocross racing and ORV riding, bringing communities and families together that enjoy a common interest. Here we start to get a sense of the condition issues with the entrance road at the park. The top picture shows just how busy the entrance road gets on an event day, with an average of over 13,000 park visitors every year. The degraded road has issues with lateral cracking, sinkholes, and road edges breaking away, as you can see in the pictures on the bottom of the slide. So the existing entrance booth will be removed and all dilapidated signs near the entrance will be replaced. The blurb in yellow is a quote straight from the Rec Connect site assessment, where they say that the front gate sets the tone for the way that the Airway Heights off-road park appears to be operated. There is a myriad of signs all competing for space and attention. One of the larger signs says Spokane County ORV Park, not Airway Heights ORV Park. Which one in the cluster were we looking for? We were looking for Airway Heights ORV Park. That's the only sign that should be there. So need fulfillment, master plan implementation. Phase 1 recommendation is to widen the access drive within the park. The previously staffed entrance booth will be replaced by an automated gate similar to what you see in the lower left-hand picture. This improvement will add security at the park that is maintained and operated by a nonprofit organization. The upper right picture shows additional signs that add to the confusion as you enter the park, where there are signs for, again, Spokane County ORV Park, Airway X, and another sign for a kart track. This cluster of signs will be replaced by a monument sign similar to the mock-up in the lower right, screenshot taken from the design plans. This figure from the master plan shows the different areas mapped across the site. The green area in the southern portion of the park is the location of a future expanded campground, RV campground, which is a phase 3 improvement, sorry. The current project and road alignment paves the way for this future improvement. So site suitability, a little bit about the park, a little bit more about the park. It's 183 acres in size. It's relatively flat throughout. No on-site critical areas, existing amenities, the asphalt access road, 3 motocross tracks, a motorcycle flat track, go-kart tracks, hare scramble trails, RV park, restrooms, and concessions. So we are currently at 30% design. The phase 1 project for Airway Heights ORV Park makes for the best use of the site and sets us up for future physical and programmatic improvements. This slide shows the overall site plan for phase 1. The main element of the project is to realign and pave a 1/3 of a mile of the access road starting from the entrance of the park. And you can also get here with this slide, you can also get a sense of how the future expanded campground location and how it fits with the current project. Here's a blown up view of the entrance to the park, showing the entrance gate, security fencing on each side of the gate, monument sign, and landscape locations. So the paving and landscape details, the new road will be 26 feet wide, paved roadway over 10-inch subgrade with 5-foot gravel shoulders on each side. The monument sign is a 2-sided cedar sign with plate steel letters and log columns on each side of the sign for aesthetics and anchoring. And then landscaping details have also been included. So sustainability components, the master plan goal is to retain the park. One of the master plan goals is to retain the park and achieve long-term fiscal sustainability and viability of the park. Renovating and realigning 1/3 of a mile of the access road near the end of its service life allows us to maintain safe access to existing amenities and investments in the park, and it improves security throughout the park. So as I mentioned before, the sport is all about family and social connections, which you can see in these pictures. You can also see how busy the existing campground gets on any given event weekend. By expanding the RV campground in the future, it will provide the opportunity to generate additional revenue to sustain the facility that has been in operation since the 1980s. The planting plan calls for drought-tolerant plants that will require little to no irrigation once they are established. Here are pictures of a ponderosa pine and Rocky Mountain juniper that are included in the plant list, along with shrubs and herbaceous plants that do well in our dry climate here in Eastern Washington. So readiness to proceed. We are, like mentioned, we are currently at 30% design. It's been completed. It's a straightforward project at a straightforward project site. Cultural resources inventory was completed during the master plan process. Clearing and grading is the only permit that is required. We plan to complete the design process in the summer of 2023, and construction is anticipated to complete it in spring of 2024. We've received letters of support from nearby City of Airway Heights Parks and Rec, as well as the operator from the Airway Heights Airway X motocross track at the park. Airway X has contributed $5,900 to help pay for the design of the project. The automated gate is a low-cost, unstaffed barrier to increase security at the park. Drought-tolerant, low-maintenance plants keeps maintenance costs low, and the project accommodates safe access to the park and promotes continuing to schedule well-attended events at the park. So the engineer's estimate is based on the 30% design rough order of magnitude. The road in particular, the project composite cost estimate includes clearing, grubbing, excavation, embankment, and the actual road construction. Unit cost for road construction is $70.14 per square yard, or $7.79 per square foot. Again, the total project cost is $542,220. That includes a grant request of $336,320 and over $200,000 in county and non-governmental matching funds. The Airway Heights ORV Park is well loved and well used. Thank you for your consideration in funding this project and the opportunity to present. Any questions?
Questions or comments from team members? Jamie, it sounds like, so Crystal has a comment maybe.
Was curious on the UTVs that you allow. Do you have any width requirements on them, or are they allowed at any width?
At the motocross track, they allow ATV racing, but they don't currently have a side-by-side track.
And are there trails that lead out of this area anywhere?
Not out of the, out of offsite. Everything is contained within the 183 acres. They've just, the different areas of the park allow for different uses. So there is a trail riding area, but there is no connection to anything offsite.
And how many acres is the property?
183.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Jimmy, I just want to go back to one of your overall plans.
Okay.
So this road through here that comes to the site,
Yep.
what road is that?
Ooh, I think it's Sprague, I believe.
And then here is where everything on this side is part of the 883 acres.
Yes, that's correct. As soon as you leave that 90-degree angle right there.
Right here?
Yeah, and go west from there, you enter the project site.
Okay. I was going to go back. I think I was looking for a bigger plan that showed the layout of the park. This one.
Yeah,
So the place where we were just looking at the road, is that down here, this area?
correct.
Okay.
So that road that sweeps kind of to the southwest a little bit right there, we punch, the new road goes directly west, and then that the old road becomes basically part of the future campground loop down there.
So the new road would come almost like right through here.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. I think I was stepped out when you were going through this one. Any other questions or comments from team members? All right, then. Well, thank you so much, Jamie.
Thank you, Marguerite.
I had one.
Okay.
It just came back to me when you flashed that last slide up. What is a hare scramble trail? I have no idea what that is.
I think it's that area on the eastern edge of the park there, kind of east from other direction. That's one of the cart tracks right in there. I don't know if if it's some sort of an event that they call it. I think it's just got different obstacles and an opportunity to do some trail riding on the site.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sounds interesting. Hare scramble.
Other questions? Well, Jamie, thank you very much. Team members, it's now time for you to take a break. And I'm going to ask if you come back at 20 after, we will start up with our next project. So why don't you take about 10 or 12 minutes, and then we'll start at 20 after with state parks.
Thanks, everyone.
I think we are pulling ourselves back to our computers so we can get ready for this next project. And this one is a state parks project. So who is the presenter for this one?
Hi.
Hi, are you going to be the presenter for this one?
I sure am. Are you ready? A little early?
Yes, are you ready?
I am ready. Let me go shut my door real quick.
Okay, that sounds like a plan.
Starting at 3:40, so we're a little ready, but I can get going here. 1 second.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thank you for coming early. We are a little bit ahead of schedule. There wasn't a whole lot of questions for the last couple of projects. So I'm just giving everyone a chance to get back to their computers. We took just a little bit of a break. And I am going to turn the mouse controls over to you. And then I'm going to ask you to double click to see if you have control.
I'm double clicking.
Okay, so now try moving your slides forward. And use your arrows to go back.
Oh, there we go. There's a bit of a delay here.
Yes. Why don't you go to the beginning?
That's just a sneak preview of the magic we're about to show you.
There you go. Well, thank you so very much. And I think we are just about ready to go.
All right. Just let me know when I can begin.
You may begin.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for coming. My name is Justin Krogstad. I'm the Inland Northwest Area Manager for Washington State Parks. And I'm here today to discuss the purpose of our request. Appreciate your time. This is about the Riverside State Park off-road vehicle area. And just to save some bandwidth here, I'm going to turn off my camera until we get to the Q&A in the end. This grant request will provide 2 years of routine maintenance and operations in the 600-acre ORV area within Riverside State Park. It will help to maintain the riding areas, facilities, and grounds, protect natural resources, control noxious weeds, complete special projects, and provide customer service to users. It will fund 1 year-round senior park aid. This project will also help to promote safe and sustainable off-road use throughout the ORV park, as well as provide an overall enhanced recreational experience for users. We have seen a significant increase in the use of this area in the years following COVID. This project has been successfully supported and funded by the RCO in 4 previous cycles, the most recent being 2021 through 2023. Additionally, the construction of our beginner riding area was funded in 2011, and many other improvements in the ORV area have been funded for many years. Is it advancing? Didn't go, but I clicked.
So Brian, do you want me, Justin, do you want me to advance?
Let me try the arrow here. There we go. It's backlogged. Okay, sorry about that. Riverside State Park is located in Spokane and Stevens counties. The ORV park is located in Spokane County. This map shows the ORV park in relation to Spokane, Stevens, and Lincoln counties, as well as Riverside State Park shown in red. This map shows the proximity of Spokane to the ORV park. It is approximately 15 minutes driving from downtown Spokane, and also shown here are the urban growth boundaries. Here we see the ORV park riding area and facilities. This 600 acres is open to all types of motorized use and consists of the following: the main riding area with diverse terrain and trails, dedicated beginner and intermediate riding areas, dedicated training areas, 3 picnic shelters with barbecue grills with paved pathways for ADA accessibility, 1 full-service restroom with ADA accessibility, 1 vault toilet, multiple parking areas with ADA accommodations and a loading ramp, and a shop compound to store tools and equipment for the area. Our ORV area is unique in Eastern Washington and the surrounding region in that it serves all types of motorized users, accommodates users of varying skill levels, provides accommodations for ADA users, is easily accessible from I-90, and provides a unique training area for safety courses. NOVA funds are critical to the completion of this project for the following reasons. To provide a safe atmosphere for all levels of ORV recreation, to protect the environment, to address reduced staffing levels, to accommodate safety classes, to maintain aging facilities, to maintain ADA accessible facilities, to accommodate the high demand of use we're seeing, to serve underserved user groups, to ensure that past RCO investments through the NOVA grant program continue to be enjoyed, and to support this unique recreational facility that is unlike any other in Eastern Washington and the surrounding region. Facilities and grounds in the ORV area require ongoing maintenance and management in order to provide a safe and high-quality experience for park visitors. Staff has needed to adequately and safely manage this area. For example, failure to close gates in the past has resulted in vandalism, parties, and fire threats. Additionally, and one of the most common things we see is trash dumping almost daily. Staff are needed to help protect natural resources in and around the ORV park. Some of the regular duties include fence repairs to prevent users from riding outside of the designated ORV area and damaging natural resources, installing new fencing around trees that are experiencing damage from riders and as a preventative measure, keeping certain areas mowed to limit fire danger, managing gates during the spring to ensure riders stay out of the fish-bearing stream that intersects the property, and assisting with noxious weed management. Historically, the ORV area was staffed with 3 full-time rangers and a summer park aide. Currently, we have only 1 full-time ranger and 1 park aide for only 4 months each year. And that park aide position is responsible for other park areas outside the ORV. Our capacity to supplement the needs of the ORV with other staff continue to be reduced as other areas within Riverside have experienced similar increased visitation. Our staff is also responsible for maintaining the Centennial Trail, the Columbia Plateau Trail, and Mount Spokane. All that said, we have the largest park space to manage in the state park system. A full-service park with the amenities we provide cannot be adequately managed with the current staffing situation. This is why grant funding is critical to continue to support this unique off-road vehicle riding area. The bottom line here is that our park rangers are needed for other duties that arise in and around the ORV area. So if funded, this senior park aide position can continue to address the maintenance concerns that arise here. This area is unique for many reasons. It's the only ORV park in the Washington State Park System, and there are no other comparable ORV parks in Eastern Washington or the surrounding area. It serves automobiles and trucks in addition to cycles, four-wheelers, etc. It is approximately a 2-hour drive to the closest other ORV area that permits this type of use. It provides opportunities for riders of all skill levels, including a dedicated beginning riding area. The ORV park, including the dedicated training area, is used year-round by sister agencies to train their staff, such as the United States Air Force, Border Patrol, USFS, Bureau of Land Management, DNR, DFW, etc. Our current commercial use permit holder, the Motorcycle Safety Foundation Dirt Bike School, teaches safety classes for riders of all skill levels locally and from surrounding states in Canada. This training area is also open to any organization for individuals looking to sharpen their skills. As a result of this heavy use in the training area, it requires significant maintenance. The grant-funded position has been used in the past to provide that required maintenance effort. This gives you an idea of the number of facilities that require constant upkeep and repair. Most of the major facilities are from the ORV park's inception in 1977 and require ongoing maintenance. Through the NOVA program, RCO has provided funding in the past for maintenance and operations of the ORV area, as well as construction of the beginner rider area. RCO has also funded other targeted improvements, including the fence delineating a fish-bearing stream. We would like to ensure that past improvements and RCO investments through the NOVA grant program continue to be maintained and enjoyed. The ORV park served an estimated 100,000 visitors annually based on 2021-2022 attendance numbers. 75% of our Riverside ORV users come from within a 75-mile radius. 1/4 of visitors come from outside the area, primarily Western Washington and Idaho. This chart shows the raw data from our traffic counters divided by 2 to account for the same visitors entering and leaving the park areas. Each activation of the counters could be a motorcycle or ATV with a single rider or a Jeep full of people. We intend to do a detailed survey of our visitation this summer to determine a more accurate multiplier for future visitation estimates. But based on this data, we feel comfortable estimating over 100,000 annual visitors in the last 2 years, which is a significant increase from prior years, not including the COVID year of 2020. As I've stressed in earlier slides, the Riverside ORV Park is unique in that it serves all types of motorized users, including trucks and automobiles. Generally speaking, trucks and automobiles are an underserved user group in our region. The 2 other off-road areas within 100 miles only allow dirt bikes and quads. They don't allow trucks or cars. Our overarching goal is to provide a safe and high-quality recreational experience while protecting our natural resources. This project is vital to meeting that goal. Being responsible with taxpayers' dollars is also our goal. This request puts boots on the ground in a cost-effective way. This project will help us fulfill our goal by providing safe, clean, and well-maintained facilities, grounds, and riding areas, and by working on projects to promote sustainability and resource protection. This request is designed to put frontline staff where they are needed most. This will allow us to provide appropriate levels of customer service, emergency response, volunteer involvement, natural resource management, and support of commercial use holders teaching safety courses. It will also provide the ranger more time to focus on education and enforcement. It will also help us to carry out ongoing maintenance of our ADA facilities, including the parking areas, picnic shelters, restrooms, and loading ramps. Volunteerism is a direct reflection of support from user groups. Many groups and individuals donate their time to help maintain and improve the area. This project and previous projects were supported by several off-road interest groups, along with the Riverside State Park Foundation. It is also supported by so many of the individuals and families that use this area on a regular basis. This request is designed to be an efficient and cost-effective way to provide services. The cost benefit of this ask would be approximately $130 an acre per year, or 78 cents per visitor annually based on 2021-2022 attendance. Hiring a senior park aide is more cost-effective than using commissioned rangers to provide maintenance. It provides staff where they are needed most. This position will have capacity to work with volunteers to further maintain and improve the area. And good maintenance saves money in the long run. Well-maintained facilities are safer and lead to less risk to the public, and addressing maintenance issues early prevents larger and more costly repairs later. Presence of extra staff reduces unsafe behaviors, rule violations, and damage to natural resources. Facility cleaning and customer outreach will occur on a more consistent basis. Without additional funding, the park ranger will not get the full support they need, and there is a greater risk of degradation to the facilities and natural resources in this area. If funded, this project will provide quality recreational opportunities in the Riverside ORV area, enhance public service, and protect natural resources in the most cost-effective way possible. I sincerely appreciate your time, and I'm joined here by Ranger Jason Bearden. We'd be happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments from team members, and we're going to start with you, Nancy.
So this grant request would bring you back up to historical levels of 2 rangers and 1 aide. Is that what I'm understanding?
So it won't bring us back up to what we had before, but it definitely helps us get closer to that goal.
Okay, because you said in the presentation, it said you essentially had 1 ranger now with 4 months. And then this is asking for 1.5 salaries. Is that correct?
So this is asking for 2 years worth of salary of a senior park aide position, which is being matched by half of what my salary would be as a Ranger 2.
So
Okay, so
ultimately, we're still only going to have one ranger. So this adds another seasonal staff basically to help with that for that ranger. So we would still be below the 2 full-time rangers historically.
you'll have one full-time ranger and then 2 4-month aides?
No, one 4-month aide, and then this senior park aide, which would be year-round to help with the year-round prospects of the ORV park.
Okay, so instead of a full-time ranger, you're stepping down to 1 aide in terms of salary. Okay, got it. I'm tracking now. Thank you.
Other questions? And Kathy, I think you have a question. And Kathy, don't forget to unmute yourself.
Well, it's a very thorough presentation. Thank you. So I just was wondering about there's a number of different recreational users out there in that enclosed 600-acre park, if you will. And I just wanted to just ask about the hiking, the walking, the wildlife viewing, and the equestrian interface with the area. How is that mixed with the ORVs? Is it signed or designated areas, or how does that work?
So we do have some designated areas close by the ORV park. Marchand Trailhead is one of our areas that we have a lot of horseback riders go to. And the fencing prevents the ORV people from jumping over to where the equestrian riders are and where the hikers are typically going. We do occasionally have hikers come into the ORV park, but mainly it's ORV constituents that are in there utilizing it.
Okay, all right, great. So it is separated or signed. Okay, great, thanks. That answered my question.
Okay, I think John and then Nancy, do you have a follow-up question?
No, I'm sorry, I'll fix that.
Okay, John, you're up next. Don't forget to unmute yourself.
Thanks, Marguerite. Okay,
No
let's try that
problem.
again. Hey, Justin, a senior park aide, does he have the same law enforcement capabilities that you will or do?
No, sir. Senior park aides have no authority at all. They are basically primarily for maintenance. They can't write citations or anything.
So I guess a follow-up question to that is, when you have a day off, who's able to actually carry law enforcement capabilities?
Yeah, we have other portions of the park, and we also have Mount Spokane. If we need to, we can call a ranger from that portion of the park. They're pretty much only there though as a reaction to what's going on. They're not there proactively preventing other issues.
Great. Well, as always, I really appreciate what you all do over there, and I just hate to have somebody find out that there's nobody enforcing the law. So thank you much.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? Kathy, did you have another question, or you just hadn't put your hand down yet? Okay. Anybody else? All right. Sounds like we've wrapped that one up. And
Thank you very
Justin,
much, folks. I appreciate your time.
you're welcome. Are you guys presenting the next project?
That will be someone else, but if you don't mind, I'd like to stay and watch that.
Absolutely. And Eric, are you the someone else?
Yes, I am.
There you are. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm going to switch and hand over the remote to you.
Sounds good.
And then I'm going to ask if you would just double click to make sure you have control. Good. Now see, can you move your slides forward?
Let's see. Yep.
And maybe use your arrow to go back. Good. And I think you're all set.
Sounds good. I'll get started then. Hello, everyone. My name is Eric Chazik. I am the Eastern Region Parks Planner for Washington State Parks. And this is the presentation for Riverside State Park ORV area improvements. Riverside State Park is located in Spokane and Stevens County. The park occupies over 9,000 acres along the Spokane and Little Spokane rivers, and it is the second largest state park in Washington. The Riverside State Park ORV area is just 9 miles north of Spokane, a quick 15-minute drive from downtown, and is easily accessible from I-90. This map shows the ORV park riding areas and facilities. The 600-acre ORV area is open to all types of motorized use and consists of the following: a main riding area with diverse terrain and trails, dedicated beginner riding area, dedicated training area, a picnic area, one full-service restroom, one vault toilet, a parking area, and a loading ramp. The Riverside ORV area is a unique facility in Eastern Washington and the surrounding region in that it serves all types of motorized users, accommodates users of varying skill levels, and provides accommodations for ADA users, and provides a unique training area for safety courses. This planning project will focus on improving visitor parking, the entrance area, and the enhanced visitor amenities. The primary focus for improvements will be on the west side of North Inland Road. This project is requesting grant funding to hire a professional design consultant to develop plans for an improved visitor experience within the outlined area on this map. Improvements of this area will be beneficial for safety, visitor experience, natural resources preservation, and maintenance and enforcement of the ORV area. Number one, need. In the Spokane area, there is limited access to ORV areas. There is only one other ORV park located within an hour of Riverside ORV, and the other ORV park is approximately half the size and provides only limited use to ATVs and dirt bikes. Riverside ORV Park is unique in that it also serves automobiles and trucks. The nearest ORV area that provides a similar recreation experience is approximately 2 hours away, and riding on sand dunes is a very different type of experience than the multi-terrain off-road park at Riverside. The opportunities for high-quality ORV use is limited in the Spokane area, and this project would help to enhance an existing facility that already provides this type of recreation. Spokane is one of the fastest growing cities in the U.S., and the state of Washington's population grew by 61,000 people in 2021. Additionally, Spokane County's annual population growth rate has exceeded that of the U.S. every year since 2016. The demand for quality ORV areas is going to continue to grow as the urban population of Spokane expands. All market analysis expects the ORV industry to continue to grow through the year 2030. Additionally, the entry skill into ORV riding is beginning to decrease with new technological advances such as electric dirt bikes, which do not need a manual transmission, require less maintenance, and are typically lighter. From 2018, the average use of the ORV has continued to increase. With increased demand, the design and layout for the ORV is more critical to allow for safe and sustainable use both now and into the future. The above graph shows the increased use of the ORV area since 2018. 2020 was the one outlier of the area being closed for 3 key ORV use months due to COVID. Currently, there is no capacity limitation or restriction of use in the entire ORV area. This often results in overuse and visitors parking within the riding area, resulting in a number of issues. The overuse has directly resulted in significant soil erosion. The middle image is an example of soil erosion that will eventually cause the loss of the native vegetation. Also contributing to native vegetation loss is erosion and chemical leaks on the roots caused by visitors parking within the trees in the riding area, as shown in the image on the right. Due to the limited existing parking, on busy days, visitors park in the pit area within the ORV area. At times, there can be 40 to 50 cars parked within this riding area. This results in soil contamination and sanitary issues due to limited sanitary services provided on the west side of North Inland Road. Visitors discard their waste and use the ORV ride as their personal bathroom. In its current use and layout, the ORV riding areas experience significant loss of its natural resources that can be mitigated through proper planning and design. As mentioned, on busy days, visitors often park in riding areas due to not having adequate organized parking available. This results in a variety of potential safety issues for pedestrians, parked vehicles, and ORV users. Imagine on busy days how dangerous it could be with ORVs zipping around at high speeds, truck and trailers parked throughout the riding area, and pedestrians walking around as they load and unload their trailers. Additionally, the pit area can become inherently a party zone as more and more vehicles park there to unload. The lack of organized parking can also cause emergency response issues due to blocked access roads. The image in the center shows a recent issue in which a visitor parked on the emergency road in the ORV area because there wasn't a good place to park and this was the easiest. Proper planning and design would greatly enhance the overall visitor experience of the overall ORV area. Currently, the primary parking area for visitors is across North Inland Road from the riding area. This requires visitors to cross the road on their way for a day of riding. The speed limit on North Inland Road is only 25 miles per hour, but unfortunately cars are frequently going much faster, up to 20 miles per hour faster than the speed limit. This setup creates an inherent safety risk for both ORV riders and vehicular traffic along North Inland Road. Additionally, for those new to the area, there is currently not an intuitive circulation route or entrance location to find rules and regulations of the area. A proper traffic circulation layout would help ease any traffic on busy days and better help new users orient themselves on the site. As shown in the right picture, the entrance and loading and unloading zone can become very muddy and hard to maneuver with large trailers. These conditions not only require significant maintenance by staff to resolve, but also create a poor user experience when simply trying to unload vehicles. The only existing accessible restrooms are across North Inland Road, requiring visitors once again to cross the road. The visitor experience would be greatly improved with expanded accessible restrooms and visitor amenities on the west side of the road. The planning and design would align with the Washington State Parks strategic plan by keeping parks vibrant, accessible, and well cared for, providing customers the facilities and experiences they want and expect, developing improved park services that meets the need for a growing and increasingly diverse population, and by providing protection to ecosystem and habitats for long-term sustainability. Need fulfillment. This slide represents very early preliminary concept for some improvements that would help fulfill the needs described above. A larger formalized parking lot is being proposed on the west side of Inland Road with a road that connects it directly to the existing loading and unloading dock. Separate entrance and exit is being proposed to enhance circulation. New fencing is being proposed to enclose the parking area in order to help delineate the acceptable parking area and limit trailer access into the ORV riding area. And a new CXC is also being proposed to provide close accessible sanitary facilities. The development of a plan and construction documents is important for fulfilling the needs demonstrated. The existing ORV area provides a unique recreational experience that is in high demand and is predicted to continue to grow. Development of an improved entrance and parking area will help to support that demand and promote sustainability of the ORV area for future generations to access. Restricting parking access to the ORV area, providing a new parking area, and developing a new sanitary facility will help to protect the natural resources by reducing erosion and sanitary pollution of the riding area from parked cars, limiting overuse, and providing easy access to restrooms. The combination of restricted access and a designated parking area will enhance the safety of visitors by having a safe and organized area to park, reducing the potential collision hazards within the riding area, and reduce the need for ORV users to cross North inland road to access the riding area. Improved traffic circulation, additional organized parking, cohesive entrance, and an improved sanitary facilities will also greatly enhance the visitor experience by reducing traffic congestion, providing an efficient circulation for entering, loading, and unloading and exiting the park, and providing close accessible sanitary facilities directly adjacent to the riding area. 5, planning. The planning and design process will be completed through the hiring of a professional design consultant experienced in ORV areas. One key part of the design and planning process will be to receive input from stakeholders in order to develop the best design for visitor use. Stakeholder and public outreach will be done at various stages of the project in order to promote public support and project buy-in. The design will take advantage of Washington State Park design standards and solutions that have been proven to work wherever possible. One example of a design standard that will be used in this project is the use of CXT pre-manufactured restrooms, which have proven to be cost-effective and provide a high level of visitor service. The planning process will include all cultural resources and environmental permitting review. Significant delays to the project due to environmental permitting or cultural resources not expected due to the high use and existing degradation of the area plan for improvements. The final result of the planning process is to have a complete set of construction drawings that can be used to go out for bid and construct the improvements. These improvements will be planned to directly benefit the unique experience Riverside ORV provides and enhance the visitor experience, safety, and natural resources of the park. The scope of planning and design process will review the appropriate sustainable rider capacity and use of the ORV area, design a functional way to limit rider access to the ORV area to ORV vehicles only, develop efficient traffic circulation and a cohesive entrance point, improve sanitary facilities, design a new parking area, and enhance accessible visitor amenities. The intent of this planning effort is to improve the long-term sustainability of the Riverside ORV Park for future generations. Through the development of an expanded parking lot and by limiting access to only riders in the ORV area, this proposed project will enhance ecological functions and natural resources of the ORV area. Soil contamination will be less frequent and soil erosion will be reduced. The planning will enhance the accessibility of the site for both existing and new riders. The new parking lot will provide a safe and accessible space for social gatherings without creating a hazard within the riding area. An improved ORV area also supports local economic development in the ORV sector, providing a high-quality ORV experience for residents of Spokane and their surrounding communities. This experience and opportunity will not only promote growth of local ORV sales, but bring in visitors from outside Spokane, which will enhance tourism and local sales of the region. The improvements will also reduce operational costs. Park staff will be required to do less enforcement as it relates to parking and less cleanup of waste and trash.
So Eric?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Okay.
So very quickly.
Yes.
Just show us your remaining slides and as briefly as possible.
Okay.
Address the criteria.
Sounds good. Readiness proceeded, it'll be ready to bid as soon as grant funding is received. Project support, we received a letter of support from the Riverside State Park Foundation, along with many volunteer hours and groups that support the ORV park area. Cost benefit, the only cost is the fiscal outlay for the planning process. The benefits are natural resources, health, safety, welfare, accessibility, safety, and that is all.
Thank you. Questions and comments from team members? And you weren't too far off. It was just when it got to be about almost 2 minutes, I had to at least let you know.
Sounds good.
So there are questions about this planning proposal? And we'll start with Nancy and then go to Crystal.
Doesn't state parks have in-house engineering? And so why would one need to go to an outside engineering firm?
It would have to do with capacity of our current engineering staff and of the other projects they are currently working on. Eastern region is actually, we're down quite a few staff from between COVID over the past few years. So it would have to do with capacity.
And Crystal, you are next.
I see the letter from Riverside State Park Foundation in support of this. I was wondering, do you have any motorized groups, volunteer groups that are in support of this project, or what is their involvement in this?
The only official letter of support we received was from the Riverside Foundation. I think that'll be a big part of the planning process, is to work with any motorized group and to get their input and buy-in. So whatever we plan to do in this location is in line with what they want also. So I think that'll be a big component as the planning process moves forward.
What are the known motorized groups that use this area regularly?
The known motorized, I have it written down. I don't have the specific names of all the motorized groups for this location.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And John, you're up next.
Eric, I'm glad to see more development or improvements to this great recreational spot. If this planning grant was approved, what's the next phase? Where's the money gonna come from? Are you coming back to Nova for more?
Yeah, depending on what the budget and the cost for this goes, would be a potential to come back to Nova for the construction funding also. And I guess we'd see where it would rank in our capital funding, but my guess would be we'd be coming back to Nova for the construction funding also.
Okay, thanks.
And Bryant.
Yeah, hi, Eric. I'm familiar with that area, being from the county parks in Spokane. I know that crossing that road is a hazard. I'm just wondering how much feedback on this project, or what's the public current push? Is that where some of the ideas are coming from, to move that parking area on the other side of the road? Not just in-house, but some of the public folks, or have you guys had some meetings and surveys already?
No, we haven't reached out to the public specifically about this issue yet. It was mostly due to issues found from in-house staff to move it across. And as far as available land goes, we found that it would make the most sense to move it across that road.
Okay, thank you.
And I think Kathy is next.
Yes, I just had a quick question. I noticed that you currently have 33 car and 19 trailer parking stalls. So just in loose terms, I know you're in the schematic phase. Is that doubling in size, or do you have estimated counts on additional car parking and truck and trailer?
Probably be doubling in size. You know, one of the big things, and I kind of mentioned it, is we want to come up with a better capacity for what the ORV area can actually handle. Because right now it's being so used, we're losing native vegetation and erosion and all the things that come with that. So I think that's a pretty big component of what this planning process will tackle, is, kind of what is the carrying capacity of the ORV area and how much parking should we be providing?
I like your one way in and one way out separate. That seems to work in highly congested recreational parking areas. And then just an added comment. So I spoke about the equestrian use of the park, and maybe it's only a handful of riders every year. I've never been there, unfortunately. But if it is used on a consistent basis, are you planning for any horse trailer, truck and trailer parking? And if so, would it be separated from the ORV users?
For the ORV area park, we are not considering any other equestrian or any other uses. It would be primarily strictly oriented towards ORV use, because there are other areas of the park that are more better suited for equestrian use.
And by other areas of the park, it's not the ORV park per se, but it's another park nearby or adjacent.
It's within Riverside State Park. So the ORV park is only a small portion of the entirety of Riverside
Oh,
State
okay.
Park.
All right. All right. Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Denise?
Just a clarification question on, you had for the parking, but then on the one of the slides, it was proposed road. Does the grant include the proposed road you're putting in there, or that would be separate?
Yeah, so it'd be the entire area outlined in orange.
Okay.
We'd be looking at.
And then Sean.
Yeah, I just asked, I have a follow-up question. In a planning stage, why are we only limiting it to 33 cars and 19 trailers? Is there any reason that to accommodate future growth that this parking lot with this much money couldn't be designed for bigger and have a second phase?
For sure. Yeah, I think that's definitely part of the planning process that we will look at. You know, what's sustainable for the ORV area and what's kind of the demand requesting, and try to find that perfect balance.
Okay, thanks. It seems like that park is highly used and highly needed. So having more parking is always an issue.
For sure.
Well, thank you, everybody. We have run out of time on this project. And thank you so much, Eric. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you everyone for your time.
And we are going to move on to our next project. And that one is the Colville National Forest. And who is here to present for Colville? Chris, are you here? Or Gina? So it looks like we are waiting to get a presenter. So team members, why don't you take a couple minutes just to rest your eyes from your computer screen, and we will see who's up to present here momentarily. So Chris, are you connected now? And it looks like your camera is connected, but not your audio.
You guys, you must be running a little bit early. Is that
Yes, we are. That's why we always
Great.
encourage people to come a little early. For some reason or other, it seems like maybe Chris popped out. Is Chris doing the next one?
Yes, Chris is on deck for the 4:20, and we did intend to both be on at 4.
Yes, Chris came in, but wasn't connected to audio, so I'm
Got
just
it.
watching
Okay.
for a reconnection here.
All right.
Are you
If
doing the
we're-
last project today?
That's correct. I have the No Name Bead Lake Trail, and I also can present for the facility maintenance and operations if we're unable to get Chris by audio.
Yeah. We'll just give a moment. I was thinking maybe, you know how sometimes it's easiest just to leave the room and come back.
Yeah, sure. I was speaking with Chris earlier, and he was having quite a time with just our Microsoft Teams. Tanasca is a very rural location, so we do apologize, but he did intend to be here more than 20 minutes in advance, and it sounds like he logged in and he's not back yet.
Well, I will keep watching for him. So Allison, do you mind going ahead and doing your project? And
I
we
don't at
can
all.
actually-
Yeah,
and we
sure.
can
If you want to
actually
bring
come
up,
back.
sure
this.
thing.
So evaluators, I'm just going to ask that you go to the last project of the day and I want to make sure you're on the right one. I'm not going to even try to pronounce it, but I know that Allison will do that. So I'm just going to pull it up. And Allison, I'm going to give you control of the mouse. So evaluators, I just want to make sure all of you are on the right project, and we'll watch for Chris, and hopefully Tessa or someone will watch for him and let him back in the room when he gets back. So Allison, why don't you double click to see if you have control of the mouse, and then use your arrow keys maybe to go back. And just remember that there's a delay on the end when you see it. And you want to go
Alrighty,
back.
There we go.
Okay, thank you so much for jumping in. And evaluators, just make sure you are on the last project of the day. And I am so excited to hear Allison tell us how to pronounce it.
Yes. So, and just so you know, Chris Williams just texted me. He said that it's asking for a password, and he's entered the password that was provided, but it will not get accepted.
Okay, so I will go and ask Monica to help him to get in.
All right, let's get rolling on mine then. Okay, so my name is Allison Gunn. I am the program manager for recreation, hydropower, minerals, and special uses on the Colville National Forest. And I'm here to speak to you today about our Sweeten-Kenixu Connections project. It's pronounced Sweeten, and it's a Salish word. And this is a step-down project from a Tribal Forest Protection Act project that was completed with the Kalispel tribe. And we are requesting planning dollars for a trail layout project on the west side of Bead Lake. There is a delay, so apologies while we try to go to the next slide. All right, so just to make sure everyone is tracking, this is a planning project. This is not an implementation project. And we've requested funds to contract out professional services to complete grade staking. So actually going out on the ground and finding a target of 10% or less grade on a trail, doing centerline layout, and also associated heritage surveys for National Historic Preservation Act Section 106 compliance for what we anticipate will be about 8 miles. That could vary a little bit based on the actual topography on the ground. We'll get into some maps here shortly. There is challenging topography in the area. It's fairly steep, gaining over 1,000 feet from the lakeshore to the ridgeline of the trail. And we are looking for a professional contractor to come in and actually help us lay out a line that will avoid adjacent private lands and that will meet our trail management objectives for the percent grade, staying at target of under 10% with up to 20% for really short stretches where it's unavoidable. And also looking for areas where we might need a punch-in or a turnpike or a trail feature to encourage sustainable water drainage. This project has already been authorized. So as part of our Tribal Forest Protection Act project for Sweetan-Connexu Connections, we authorize a lot of timber management activities and some recreation benefits as well. So this project has been through the National Environmental Policy Act. We have a decision memo that authorizes the creation of the trail. And the real goal of the Tribal Forest Protection Act is to improve forest health. We have adjacent timber management activities, contribute to the local economy through both forest health, reduction of wildfire risk, and from the provision of recreation opportunities, and to connect people to their landscapes, not just tribal members of the Kalispel tribe, but all people. And this planning project is specifically designed to identify and avoid historic properties. So if we found cultural sites, they're not expected, it's a low density area, we would reroute the trail and come up with a center line that avoided any historic properties. This general location map, this is the whole state of Washington, and you can see up in the northeast corner, I've got No Name Campground. That's where one of the trailheads would be located at that campground. It's just north of Spokane. And on this map, you can see a little bit more zoomed in. So I've got a picture on the side of actual Bead Lake. Bead Lake is, the closest town is Newport, Washington, which is a smaller town. It's 90 minutes to downtown Spokane. And these purple lines indicate some potential alignments of the new trail. These are trail layouts that we've scoped on the ground, actually with members of the Kalispel tribe and with WTA, to try to see what's feasible. And so we'll have a contractor go in with that initial data that we collected over several days last summer and kind of refine it and lay out a trail path that is feasible to build. This project was also identified in the Capital Improvement Project list for our Northeast Washington Trail Strategy that we completed last fall. That's our master trails planning document that qualifies us for certain trails grants. And it also will connect to an existing out and back trail. So there's a trail all along the east side of Bead Lake. This would create a western connector and make it into a loop. It actually makes it into a figure 8, and I'll have a map appear in a later slide so we can take a look again. In my personal subject matter expert opinion, this can create a crown jewel opportunity for our region. This could be a 1 or 2 night backpacking trip for those that are going to do it on foot. It will be designed to accommodate horses and bikes, so it could be a really long day of biking, but really we're trying to target some of that non-motorized use and create opportunities that we just don't have trail links in our area to accommodate the kind of things that we know our users are looking for. This geographic area is an area focus for the Kalispel tribe and other partners, which include Washington Trails Association. The Pend Oreille Public Utilities District is also looking at improvements at No Name Campground as part of their Hydropower Federal Energy Regulatory Commission license requirements. And there really is an opportunity gap in the region for multi-day trips. The next closest area to us would be up in the Saint Maurice that would offer the type of activities that we're envisioning for the completion of this trail. And so a much farther drive time from our metropolitan area of Spokane. This is just a clip of our trail strategy. This is a specific line item in our CIP list. And so the funds are requested for planning, the trail layout, and heritage surveys, which is our requisite next step in moving towards future construction. We did the NEPA analysis already, and now we need to identify and avoid historic properties and adjacent private lands and have a quality design sheet and trail staked before we can actually contract out the construction. That would be a second phase of the project. Both of our projects, the Northeast Washington Trail Strategy itself and the Sweetan-Connexu Connections project, had robust public involvement, and they both identified support for creating loop trails rather than out and back, which is logical. The NEPA process itself identifies support for this specific trail. And we also received some support from Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance and Backcountry Horsemen throughout the NEPA process for the trail. And I've mentioned a couple times that professional layout, we don't have the staff and the time commitment to spend the about 4 weeks that we think will be necessary on the ground to grade stake with Forest Service personnel. And so we're looking to bring in a professional contractor for that. Site suitability, we're looking at about 8 trail miles to create 2 loops. There's one that would connect to across the middle part of the lake for a shorter loop, and then one that goes all the way around the north end to connect to the terminus of the existing east side out and back trail. Our natural amenities there are just abounding. You have gorgeous representative views of Northeast Washington and the Kalispell Reservation, and it is relatively close to Spokane and very close to the town of Newport. We do have some adjacent land uses that we really want to be cognizant of. There's some private parcels, and I'll show a map, I think on the next slide, where the combination of private land tenure and topography is particularly challenging for the layout to ensure that we don't accidentally encourage trespass onto adjacent private land. So it'll be really important to have a trail layout that avoids that private land boundary and funnels, visitors on a sustainable grade back onto public lands. We do have existing facilities, both at the Bead Lake boat launch, and there's a trailhead at the terminus of the existing Bead Lake Trail and at No Name Lake Campground that can easily serve as trailheads and be expanded to accommodate additional cars. So on this project map, you can see the light green background is Forest Service. There's some white lands that represent private non-federal lands. So the layout is intended to avoid those white private lands. And I don't have contour lines on here, but there is quite a bit of topography, particularly in that southern half where you're climbing up to a ridge line. So for the planning criteria, this is the only anticipated funding request for planning for this project. If we do identify any heritage resources, we will avoid them. And the outcome of this would be construction ready specifications that Forest Service could then go out for bids for actual construction of the trail. So phase 2 would be an actual implementation phase. We're only looking at phase 1 right now with this dollar request, which is for trail layout and cultural surveys. Any consultants would have to have prior trail layout experience. We have an existing contracting mechanism for Forest Service trails construction blanket purchase agreement where we have a suite of vetted contractors. I've spoken to several of them in putting together the budget for this request and inquiring about their current cost per mile. And so I feel relatively confident in that budget request. And we would also need a heritage survey firm to be subcontracted that meets the Secretary of Interior standards for professional qualifications. Usually it means they have to have an archaeologist with a master's degree on staff and be eligible to get USDA permits, but we adopt DOI standards for professional qualifications for archaeologists. For sustainability, the primary goal of this project is to reach a sustainable grade. We're always working with partners and on a shoestring budget to maintain our trails. So one of the best ways to maintain trails is to design them to shed water properly in the first place. And that's what we're really looking to do with a professional contractor. And for social factors, this project does support recreation near the Kalispell Tribe headquarters and several underserved small communities in Pend Oreille County. Part of the reason that the Kalispell really wanted to pursue this project is it increases opportunities in their area for physical activity and for those connections with the natural and cultural resources that are located nearby the Kalispell headquarters, and opportunities that currently don't exist at the scope and scale that would be afforded by the completion of this project. The area is predominantly natural. We do have a lot of ridgeline views across rural Washington. There's no major infrastructure. There are no communication sites in the area, but there are residences along the lake itself. And Bead Lake does allow some motorized uses. So there is, you'd be aware that people are there intermittently during the hike. There's a small flagstone operation between No Name and Bead Lake on the south end of the West Side Connector that we're looking to avoid impacts to. And the biggest thing that I want the panel to understand is we are also concurrently conducting forest management activities. So this area is scheduled for timber harvest between 2024 and 2026. I have spoken directly with Washington DNR, made sure they're aware of our plans to have trail contractors in there. It's all helicopter harvest. They're not going to be driving up and creating skid roads, but we will need to continue coordination if we're successful in getting this funding to make sure that we have our contractors stay safe and we don't impact forest management activities. The project can begin during field season following award. We have a contracting mechanism. We just need to coordinate with those helicopter timber activities, which will sporadically occur over the next few years. And that contract deliverable would include on-the-ground flagging, and they create a contract specification bid sheet with an estimate for construction, as well as documentation that we've complied with National Historic Preservation Act Section 106 compliance. And I think that we have contractors that are going to bid on this project, so I'm fairly confident that it will go quickly once we know that the funds will be coming available. Project support, I've mentioned the Kalispel Tribe of Indians, Washington Trails Association, and then all of the adopters listed here participated in the Northeast Washington Trail Strategy that identified this project as part of its capital improvement list. The cost per mile for layout is expected to be around $8,000 to $10,000 per mile, and heritage monitoring can cost around $20,000 to send a monitor up sporadically to watch the trail during layout. The total result will be, construction ready plan so that we can move into phase 2, implementing 2 separate loop opportunities, multi-day backpacking around Bead Lake. And we did consider other alternatives during the NEPA process, but we selected the proposed action, which would authorize the development of this trail. We've got some benefits for those, those weekend trips, people looking to get out a little bit longer, a little bit farther on foot or on bike or on horse. And over the long term, if you plan well, you're going to reduce impacts to resources and you're going to reduce maintenance needs over the long term as well. Here's a beautiful photo of Mike Lithgow from Kalispel Natural Resources Department. He's an employee of the tribe, looking out from one of the locations we would stop at on our brand new trail if we're able to get it planned and executed. And I'll take questions at this time.
Thank you, Allison. Questions or comments from team members? And we'll start with you, John. And don't forget to unmute yourself, John.
I need a flashing light or something to remind me. So Allison, greatly appreciate this going on for an area that definitely needs more recreational opportunities. But one thing I guess I'm a little confused listening to the presentation and reading what I could here. Who's going to control the access, even though it's Forest Service land? Because I heard Forest Service, Kalispel, and DNR with their logging operations. Who's going to actually control this trail if it ever get built?
Great question. The entire trail layout is on National Forest System land. So we are the control and tenure documentation owner. The Kalispel does have reservation lands nearby that will connect by non-motorized trail systems, but this will be a project solely administered by the Forest Service for the trail itself. We do work with them on the Tribal Forest Protection Act side on vegetation management. The Kalispel tribe they've already conducted some surveys in the area that will be able to feed in and reduce the need for additional cultural surveys for the timber layout. And Washington DNR is actually completing the timber sales themselves through a Good Neighbor Authority project, which is probably way more information than you wanted to know. But for the trail itself, all National Forest lands, National Forest Contracting, National Forest owns the trailheads and the center line and will administer the project.
Okay, well, thank you. So I guess my follow-up question is, if this planning grant is approved, are you anticipating having to come back to NOVA or RCO for more funding to build the trail?
Yes, so I'll be transparent and straight up about that. The Forest Service has not really been in the business of building a lot of new trails. You'll notice that many of our funding streams are targeted towards deferred maintenance. So we can cobble together, matching funds. I am trying to get some funds from the region to help support this project as potentially additional match in case my numbers are off when I get an actual bid from contractors. But the construction itself would also be, probably the next biennium an RCO grant application for construction, unless we can figure out a way to fund it through other legitimate means.
Thanks, Allison.
Other questions? Nancy, go ahead.
Two. So the first one is, can you speak to the donated services?
The donated services, I believe that's Washington Trails Association's time. And I didn't get a final number from the Kalispell, but there will be additional time from Kalispell Natural Resources Department as well in helping meet our contractor, go over layout, check in during the trail layout to make sure we're getting a product that's going to work for our users.
And second part, if we cultural resources needs to be done during both grading and staking, which is in this plan, but it's also going to be needed again at that same rate when they.
So Allison, I think the question is whether or not there will be on-site monitoring required during the actual construction phase.
No, if we have full absence surveys, so the conceptualization is instead of laying out a trail and sending a contractor in after us to go see if we hit anything, we'll have the contractor for the professional trail layout subcontract a heritage resources firm to send a person up during layout. So they'd be coming up, maybe every third or fifth day that we're out doing the layout. So we don't get so far away from a site that we can't go back and reroute. So I've spoken with a company out of Spokane, ARS.
It's okay, we don't need the name.
All right. Anyway, they'd come up and do periodic, monitoring. If we avoid and we have Section 106 compliance documented that there are no eligible cultural sites along the trail layout, then we do not have to continue to do monitoring during implementation. We'll do a pre-implementation survey. If we identify anything, we'll simply reroute the trail to avoid the thing that was identified. We will not be going through cultural sites.
Thank you. I think that answered the question. Any other questions about this project? So team members, just make sure you are on the last project for today. Thank you, Allison, for taking time to present just a smidgen early. We appreciate it. And I think Chris is online. And Chris, I'm thinking you have your phone for audio, and then you have a camera. So I'm going to pull up your project.
Okay, thank you, Marguerite. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we hear you just fine. I'm going to
very good. Thank you.
See if I can give you control of the mouse.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And find you on here. Okay, so why don't you double click and see if it gives you mouse control. And now see, can you move the mouse forward? Okay, and then use your arrow keys to go backwards.
Got it.
On your keyboard.
Right.
There you go.
Okay, very good.
Okay, and just remember that there is a slight delay. So sure. don't get too trigger happy.
Okay, I won't. Let me go back here.
So you want to get on your first slide. And
sure.
Thank you. And just for the benefit of those that are listening, I know Chris had some difficulties trying to connect the camera and the audio. So he's joined us by audio, so can make sure he gets his project done. And Chris, you can see everything just fine, I think, right?
Yes, I can see the screen fine. Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, I've got my clock ready, so you may begin.
Okay, thank you very much, Marguerite. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chris Williams. I'm the recreation specialist on the west zone of the Colville National Forest. And I'm presenting the proposal for the Colville National Forest Facility Maintenance and Operations Grant in the NOVA Non-Highway Road Program. The Colville National Forest project area stretches from the Washington-Idaho border on the east to the eastern edge of the Methow Valley on the west. The Colville National Forest lies within the northeast corner of the state and covers Pend Oreille, Stevens, Ferry, and Okanogan counties. Our forest is very popular with local residents, but many of our recreation users are from the greater Spokane area, which lies about 50 miles south of the forest on the east side. Hikers and equestrian users also travel to the west zone in Okanogan County to find the eastern half of the Pasayten Wilderness, as well as motorized recreators that frequent the Conconelli area of Okanogan County. And we also receive some visitors from outside the area, including many Canadian users at sites close to the international border. This project encompasses the operation and maintenance of our recreation sites across the entire 1.5 million acres of the Colville National Forest. Our forest consists of 5 ranger districts: Newport, Sullivan Lake, Three Rivers, Republic, and Tonasket. If the forest receives the funding, we would hire 6 to 8 temporary employees for each of the 2 years to perform maintenance and operation work at our recreation sites. The employees would be stationed at all 5 of the ranger districts. Our visitation rate has steadily been climbing. The post-pandemic interest in outdoor recreational opportunities has significantly increased visitor use patterns on all levels of the recreation spectrum across the forest, and is particularly notable in some of the more popular developed and dispersed sites. Our forest plan specifies that we will provide a broad spectrum of high-quality, nature-based recreational settings and opportunities. Campgrounds and dispersed sites that often anchor point for these recreational opportunities. Well-maintained campsites enhance the recreation experience for all user groups. If the sites are clean and in good condition, users tend to respect them and leave them in better condition. Providing educational programs and current information about natural resources increases the public's understanding about protecting the environment. Funding for this project allows us to increase staffing to provide additional toilet cleaning, trash pickup, safety inspections, hazard tree removal, and public contracts. Other popular recreational activities that we engage in people with on a regular basis are off-highway vehicles, hiking, biking, equestrian users, campers, boaters, fishermen, hunters, people out berry picking, and mushroom picking as well. Ongoing maintenance extends the life of the facility and allows us to maintain the sites to the standard with adequate personnel and health and safety issues addressed quickly. Our crews continually strive to improve our existing facilities by replacing damaged or deteriorating structures, keeping facilities maintained just extends the service life of all the products that we deliver on the forest. Many of our recreation sites are densely covered by a canopy of mixed conifers. Specialists perform hazard tree inspections at recreation sites on an annual basis and mark the trees for removal. In 2022, we removed over 1,000 threatening, danger, and hazard trees from recreation sites across the forest. Having adequate personnel to remove garbage in a timely manner provides a safe and sanitary environment, especially with the quick removal of dump sites from along creeks, lakes, riparian areas, and streams. If funded, we can increase our presence in the field, maintaining this presence with employees as well as volunteers, hosts, to provide information, education, and enforcement of regulations. Our forest maintains partnerships with youth groups for various volunteer projects, as well as providing camping and other opportunities. Some of these groups include scout troops, local schools, student conservation associations, different contacts with tribes, Colville and Kalispell, intertribal natural resource youth camps, Penasket, Okanagan, Orville, and Wilbur School District 6th grade camps as well. About 20% of our forest lies in the Selkirk Mountains Grizzly Bear Recovery Zone, and some of our popular and heavily used campgrounds and dispersed campsites lie adjacent or within the recovery zone. Proper food storage is important for visitor safety, and various partners that we cooperate with have purchased over 150 food storage boxes for these sites, which our recreation crews have been able to install. Just want to talk about sustainability and project design here a little bit. And, you know, this funding request is really limited just to labor. Sustainability is tied to preservation of the existing recreation sites, and our readiness to proceed is handled through Forest Service standard temporary hiring practices with a season of employment from our peak seasons through October. Dispersed campsites are predominantly in natural settings along rivers, lakes, and streams. These sites provide camping opportunities for many users, especially for bigger gatherings or events. Campgrounds range from rustic to more developed with amenities, picnic areas, interpretive sites, and trailheads, and they provide many other opportunities for the public to enjoy. This slide is a list of organizations who support the project, and letters of support from these good cooperators that are involved in every aspect of our recreation spectrum are included in our application. Let me go back here. So here's an example. The Backcountry Horsemen just provide a lot of pack support for moving supplies into our rental cabin at Snow Peak. They also provide volunteer maintenance at several recreation sites. They clean toilets, remove trash, just partner in every different way that they're called upon, or even that go outside the box. And the WCC, the same thing. We're working on campground maintenance as well, fence construction, site marker replacement, fire ring and picnic table replacement and installation, and even some hazard tree removal. Here's a couple slides of just our environmental intent to provide well-maintained improved recreation experience for all of our forest users. We have an opportunity to move a lot of gravel in, provide a lot of campground frontage to lakes, and preserve our environmental footprint there, and do a lot of education with people just in the environment that they enjoy recreating in. And these are some of the things that we really can get real-time control of with funding from the RTO. It's just these things that are left on dispersed sites scattered throughout the forest. We do not want to have those left out in the recreating environment for any time at all. And boots on the ground as quick as possible makes all the difference to clean up that contamination and just get all of that garbage and everything else that goes along with it out of there just as soon as possible. It's better for the wildlife, better for the recreating public, and it's just better for the natural setting as a whole. And this goes without saying too that, you know, the large amount of visitors that come into our area help boost the economic local businesses by purchasing gas, groceries, supplies, and equipment. And this is just a picture of the Bonaparte Lake campground that's adjacent to the Bonaparte Lake Resort. And working hand in hand with those folks, it's a benefit on both sides. With this 2-year project, we're asking the RCO for $150,000, and we will provide over a 50% match for that total of $301,863. If this proposal is funded, again, we'll hire 6 to 8 temporary employees to maintain and operate our facilities and provide very high quality, very timely, very site-specific recreational opportunities for our recreating public and many visitors for the foreseeable future to come. I just want to thank everybody on the board for their consideration. I know you put in a lot of time, and I just want to thank you again. Are there any questions from anyone about this presentation?
Thank you, Chris. Questions or comments from team members? And we're going to start with Gary.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Chris. I just want to compliment you guys on your use of relatively low-cost seasonal employees. I mean, that just really makes it so you can get out there and really handle these things very quickly. So thank you very much for that. I think that's a good plan.
All right. Hey, thanks, Gary. Thank you very much. And just to expand on that a little bit, we certainly try to hire a diverse background of people to work for us throughout the summer. But a lot of these kids and people that we hire are local kids, and that makes a big difference, you know, as far as the agency goes, and just getting all kinds of recreational language into our community, you know, about the benefits of getting out there and you know, just working hand in hand with the community and doing everything we can to hire local people when we can. We're certainly
it's
like
great for community support too for the agency, I think.
I think you're spot on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments about this project? Crystal. And Crystal, don't forget to unmute yourself.
Oh, got it. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Thank you for the presentation. I've been watching your guys' presentations for quite a few years now, and I'm always impressed with how much recreation space you can manage with the amount of money that you budget for it. So again, thank you for your efforts in this area, and your efforts are greatly appreciated by us all. the 42 campgrounds, 92 developed rec sites, and 830 dispersed campsites is mind-boggling how you guys manage that. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Crystal. Any other
Thank you,
questions
Crystal.
or comments from team members? Well, thank you very much, Chris. We appreciate it. And we hope to be able to share the ranking results with you next week.
Very good. Hey, I just want to say thank you again for everyone for, I know it's a huge time commitment for everybody on the board, and it goes without saying the recreating public certainly appreciate your efforts, and we do too. So thank you again so much.
Thank you. Team members, give me just a moment. For those of you who have been watching online, you have been watching the non-highway and off-road vehicle activities program evaluation meeting. Today, volunteers from all across the state have been evaluating, scoring, and ranking project proposals for backcountry trails, as well as campsites and all types of recreational activities on both state, federal, and local lands. To learn more about the grants that we offer, please visit our website at rco.wa.gov and feel free to join us tomorrow morning at 9 when we resume our evaluation meetings. Thank you very much.